Hey, y'all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Bree, yo, I see you on your throne, baby. Yo, ever since you got back up, you ain't dropped back down, have you? I know that's right. First spot, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. Good morning. How you feeling? Hey, Nia, good morning. Chaos Smoothies, what's up? Good morning. Hey Keon, what's up? Good morning. Thank you for that early text message, man. We definitely got to get up later. Amaya Murillo, what's up? Good morning. King Core, the birthday boy. Yo, turn up, man. Happy birthday, Corey, man. Yo, it's a blessing. It's a blessing to have a nice, young, respectful man see another year of life, another year of blessings, another year of just good things that come to you. So, man, despite this whole Rona situation, I pray that your heart is filled up with more happiness than it can possibly hold. Today is your day, man. Live it up. There she go.
Hello.
Miss Simone. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
No, yo, happy King Cool birthday.
Oh, y'all ready? Y'all
Yo,
ready?
we ready. Look.
Day to ya. Happy birthday. You have a
Hey!
Okay, never mind. I'm so sorry. We didn't practice. You didn't tell me what the plan was.
Practice, yo. We just did it. Yo, we just did it. About to get shut down and everything. No, look, we really about to be shut down, y'all. Look.
Miss Joni. Miss Joni. Totally.
Happy birthday, King Cool. Hey, yo.
Oh, that is the best.
Yo, somebody tell you two, don't shut us down, y'all. We just trying to show my man some love. Hey, King Cool, babe, drop your cash app, man, in the comments. We about to birthday bless you, yo. I love it.
Love to see it. Oh, me, Joni. That is too funny. Oh, gosh.
We wasn't ready, y'all.
Not the one time for the birthday. That is not success session appropriate, Miss Joni. That is for the
but you was about to stand up with the whoops on.
And that is the whole problem. They can't see me like this. Heartbeats. Make sure you're listening to the edited version of that song. All the same.
Look, they don't even know it's a real version. They just know that version.
Oh, that is too good. Miss Jane, that was good. Get the people.
Yo, I love it, yo. I love it, yo. I love to see a nice, young, respectful man, yo, celebrate another year of life. That is definitely what's up. And you know what? The world is so small. I know his mother. I didn't even know it.
What?
All this time. Her mother used to talk about, her mother talk about her son all the time. Never had no idea. I've known his mother maybe now for at least like 2 years or so.
That's amazing.
Never, ever made the connection, yo.
Wow.
Right. So shout out to Miss Cheryl, man. She did a good thing when she made you, babe.
Absolutely. Absolutely. She said, I'm going to let my children speak for themselves.
Okay. Exactly. Hey, if y'all want to bless Corey too, go right ahead. There go his cash app, King Core number 4, y'all. Them birthday blessings, yo.
Oh my gosh, that was too good. I'm so
yo, that was too funny, yo. That was too funny. Hey, good morning, Jamira. I see you. Yo, Jamira been nice and consistent lately, yo, haven't she?
We love to see it and we need it. Jamira's so intellectual, beautiful, brilliant. I'm happy you're here, Jamira.
Ain't she? I love it. I love it. Ania, good morning. David, what's up, David? Yo, David had me rolling, yo. David said I was pressed to be number one. Yo said I was pressed to be first. I kept refreshing it, but I had to click on the channel. Yo, David, I'm telling you, yo, you gotta be that much faster for them girls, yo. Ever since James got knocked out of the throne,
Yeah.
ain't really no other boys been up there. It be all girls, yo.
True.
And
Breezy.
speaking of James, but you know what?
I know it's okay. Just James, where you at?
Don't even tell him, yo. Because the next time I see him, I ain't saying nothing. I'm going straight for them ribs. I'm not even saying nothing, yo. Next time I see him, I ain't saying nothing.
I know you be going Muhammad Ali style on the people.
Yo, you got to, yo. Only the boys, though.
Yeah.
Only the boys. It's
And
crazy. Q, good morning. Who else we got up in here? Isis, good morning.
this is with the deep questions.
Right? Cam said it say she first. Hey, yo.
Who?
Mine say Bree first, but you know what? I believe it because we had a couple of those where it was saying that somebody else was first. So I don't know. I gotta see what's going on with that.
Yeah, we got to go back and
And
watch.
you're like, no, I'm first. What you mean? Hey, yo, Bree first on my screen, yo. Yo, yeah.
This is gonna cause problems. We cannot. YouTube, get it together. Fix it. Our babies.
Yo, they got to, yo. Breezy, what's up? Good morning, Breezy. Hey, Summer, good morning. What's up?
Summer.
Yo. Hey, John, what's up? Good morning. Jamira says she can never make number one. She be trying so hard. I know, listen, Jamira, I'm trying to tell you, yo. When Bree make her mind up, yo, she be on it. She always gonna be first on the Monday. That's just her style.
I was gonna say.
Any other day, she just giving it to y'all sometimes.
I'm praying for y'all because I know this is serious. Keep you up.
I know, man. It's serious stuff. It's serious stuff. My dad going, Cash App need to stop playing. Like,
I know.
Put in a code. Like, I don't know what no code is, yo. Just send my money.
Right.
That's it. Like, yo, come on. Hey, hardcore. Good morning.
Oh man, that is funny.
Man, this is crazy. What we doing today, Miss Simone? What is going on this Good Tuesday?
On this good Tuesday, I wanted us to do a quick session about how to give and receive feedback because I feel like it's a critical part of life and your workplace, just like kind of an extension off of our effective communication. I feel like sometimes you have to have those hard conversations. So how do you have the confidence, the courage, some tips to like say what you need to say to people in a respectful way where you can get your point across and let them know how you feel. But also when people that you love and respect are trying to give you feedback and make you better and improve, how do you really take it in? You know, not take it personal and use that energy to really like transform and do better in life. So
I love it. I love it. That reminds me of a situation we had yesterday. You know, Lyrical J worked at that McDonald's.
Yeah, at the airport.
Yeah. And she was getting on a success session for help with one of her projects for school. And you know, instead of the manager embracing the fact that you got a 17-year-old working for you that's trying to do better, instead of her embracing that, she told her clock out. Like, all right, go ahead and head home. And I'm like, yo, you know what? This is exactly why we be stressing y'all to do better, so you ain't necessarily got to be slave to these type of jobs. Like, it's nothing wrong with McDonald's or no fast food. I know that's where I came from, but like, you don't want to be held hostage to that. And for somebody to feel like they got that much control over you, like, come on now, you should be celebrating the fact the girl want to do something positive, not making it harder.
That's what I'm saying. And that's the thing that gets me too. I want y'all to get this stuff now because I feel like a lot of people, they just get in power positions and then that's it. You're just supposed to listen to what I say because I have this position. They think they can say whatever to you any kind of way. And that's just not good leadership. It's tacky, it's not cute, it's embarrassing. And so I want y'all to take these tips because I know y'all will be in leadership positions where you'll be the boss, and I want you to be able to do it the right way, not the way that you guys have probably seen it done before. And so, shout out to everyone who's working and still trying to get their success sessions on. And if your boss can't appreciate them, I just can't wait till you're their boss one day because that's pretty.
Hey, say that again, Miss Simone. Say that again, yo. Shout out to Keon too. Keon be having us in the ear while he at work.
I know that makes me so happy. Yes, get this stuff, y'all, because this stuff is priceless. It's invaluable. You work hard, make your money, but as soon as you can get these, I leverage these opportunities, what we keep calling social capital, these relationships, and you'll have these tips like deep down in your core that can guide you. Y'all gonna be running the whole city. You're already doing it. So let's get into this. All right, so y'all know we got to start with our definition just to get us all on the same page for what is feedback. So this is the little dictionary definition of feedback. But y'all, of course, feel free to be active in the comments like y'all always do. I want to hear from you. Tell me what you're thinking, how you're feeling, all that. But the definition from the dictionary says that feedback is information about reactions to a product or a person's performance of a task, which is used as a basis for improvement. And I really love this last part because I feel like a lot of the times when we get feedback, it's just kind of how you close up, you feel a little attacked. But I want y'all to change the way you think about feedback, especially if it's someone that you trust and that you know has your good intention. Think about it. And sometimes it's not even, I know this is counterintuitive, but it might be those people that you don't like too. But I want y'all to lean in when people say stuff and it kind of makes you be like, because those are usually the things that are kind of true and it strikes a chord with you. It's easy for people to say, oh, you're this, you're that, and you know who you are, and you know that stuff isn't true. That's the stuff that kind of, it hurts, but it'll slide off of you. But the stuff that kind of makes you think like, dang, or that kind of hurt, lean into that for your own self and try to use that energy to improve and make enhancements for yourself because you will never go wrong when you invest in your personal growth. People can say whatever they want, but it's what you do with them, with the things that you feel like you want to improve on and you use it to move forward, you'll be in a better place. All right. And so I said feedback is crucial in life because just like communication, you'll always be like giving and receiving feedback, whether this is personally or professionally. So some examples, like we're already doing it right now, like professionally for you guys, it might be in school, like you're getting grades. That's your feedback. Like you're doing something and then your teachers are letting you know whether it's good or bad. That's like a source of feedback. Or you're applying to colleges and jobs, you're doing your part, you're sending it off to someone and you're hoping that you get positive feedback, whether that means you get the job or you get the application. And then in your personal life, sometimes you want to make your loved ones proud, so you'll try to do things because you want to hear that positive feedback, like, oh, you're doing a good job. Or sometimes you'll do stuff because you want to be loved by a partner, you want to be respected by your peers. So feedback is already happening in your daily lives. And this graphic just shows kind of like a feedback loop where you make a decision, you act on it, you get a reaction, and then based off of that reaction, you usually like process, whatever reaction you got, and it leads to you making another decision based off that reaction. And so I don't want y'all to be in a feedback loop where you're never growing and learning. I want you to be in a feedback loop where you receive a reaction, whether it be positive or negative, you know how to process it, use it to move forward to make yourself better so you can make better decisions, better actions all throughout your life. All right, so then there's some types of feedback. So there's informal feedback, which is just your day to day, like I said, kind of in communication with people. We love to talk about nonverbal cues, and I love a smile. So that's a form of feedback. If you smile to somebody, they smile back. That kind of lets you know, okay, this person's happy, they're positive. Or, me and Miss Donnie every month, how are you doing? How are you doing this morning, Miss Donnie?
I'm blessed. I'm good, man. I love it.
Good, because you always ask. Thank you so much for always asking. You got to check in on you too, make sure you're doing good. But yeah, so that's the kind of informal, just day to day feedback communication. Then there'll be times where it's like more formal and structured. So this is kind of like when you're in the workplace, you'll kind of have like what they call performance evaluation. So it might be every year, every 6 months, where they'll like write up something about you, and your performance and how you're doing. And like I said, a lot of the times this is more in like a workplace setting, but this is more formal structure. Like, it's coming every 6 months, every year. I'm going to have a review of like my work and how I'm doing. And then the last two are kind of more educational. Like I said, it happens where we're receiving and getting feedback all throughout our lives. So formative is for like learning and experience. So like when you're in the classroom and you have homework assignments and quizzes like along the way, that's for formative feedback. We want to see how you're doing before we give you the final exam. And that's what the summative feedback is. It's like a collection of all the stuff you learn. It's like a final assessment, final thing, like, let me see what you learn. I'm gonna give you feedback based off of what you said. Oh, this is a really good question from Taylor. How can you tell the difference between criticism and just helpful feedback? Oh, Taylor, that is good. And that kind of is like the main point. That's where I got this idea for in the first place, because it's so hard to tell the difference sometimes. But um, just like how I tell you guys with communication and effective communication, use those cues. So, is this someone that I value their opinion, first of all? Why or why not? Just for yourself to kind of get yourself in the mindset. How are they saying it to me? What is the purpose? And we'll go into some of these when I give you guys some tips on how to give and receive feedback. But I feel like overall, it's like people's tone, how they talk to you, and really thinking about the message they're trying to deliver. Like, is the message trying to just tear you down? Is there any reason why they're telling you this? Or is it just to just say, just tear you down? Like, what is the point? Are you trying to tell me this? It should always be, and like I said, I'll give y'all some tips going forward of how to give feedback, but it should always be something like, I see that you're doing this, and I feel like, you know, these are some things you can improve on so that you can be better for this in the future. If there's no like, and if they're not trying to offer ways to help or give you tips or advice or support, it just is a whole bunch of talking and criticism. But if there's like ways to help you improve, then I think that would be helpful feedback. And then David said, how do you, Miss Simone, handle negative feedback? Can you give us a time where you got negative feedback and explain how you handled it? Oh, yeah, this is good, David. Unfortunately, too many times. Which is good, yeah, because I feel like it made me strong, because in the beginning, no one ever wants to feel like embarrassed or silly, like you don't know. But I just started embracing it. And I tried to, like, the first thing that I do is I try not to take things so personal. And I think Miss Ashley said that when we had our professional communication day. A lot of the times we let emotions override everything and it clouds our judgment. And especially when it's like people that I have to see every day or be around, I just don't want them to get me out of my character. So the first thing that is more important to me than it is to even respond to what anybody has to say, because people are always going to have something to say, I want to make sure that you won't be able to say that I got out of my character. That is like the most important for me. So I try to breathe, um, just, process, think some things through. But, oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm trying not to say something that's going to expose some people. But I'll just tell you guys a time. I'm so sorry. Where I guess I'll give a personal and a professional example. I'm so sorry. So the professional one, I was doing a project, right? It was in Baltimore City. And we had done focus groups with participants to see like how are they feeling about research and the research process, right? Like what could we be doing better? In our project to really help the community, because I think even Shalal was talking about it yesterday. Like a lot of people have good ideas, and it's not to say like marches aren't good or, you know, coming up with theories, but what are we going to do practically to help people? So that was the whole point of talking to these people. So they had given the community members had given us feedback like, y'all are doing too much research, like can you stop, like we're feeling overburdened with all of this, we want to see what work you're actually going to do with it. And they said they were feeling kind of like that the research was putting them in a negative light. So I had created a PowerPoint presentation to present at a meeting to kind of summarize all of the points that the community members had made to present to the research group, because that was my part of the project. So I sent it to my supervisor for them to read over, and they were like, this is really good, Simone, but I feel like, you know, your title is a little strong and a lot of this is just negative feedback, and I feel like we're doing a good job. Can you change your slides to kind of show that how we are doing good? And I was like, no, this is what the people said. You asked me to do this, and now that you see that you don't like what they're saying, now you want me to change it? Oh, no, 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 no. This is not how it works. I was getting really upset. So the first thing I had to do was breathe. I always talk to like a trusted person to kind of vent. Like I need to just let it out. I need to see if I'm just too much into it, too deep into it. I need to figure out how to move going forward. And then I usually like will type something. I think someone said this, don't put their email address in an email, like use it like a Word document or just in your notes section where you can kind of type out your feelings and express how you feel without any editing. You just let it all out. Then I drafted a more crafted message and I sent it. Okay, so sorry, that was a long-winded story, but so that really got me heated, and I was ready to go Malcolm X into place because I'm like, this is exactly the problem. Don't ask people their opinion, and when they give it to you, you don't want to hear it. And then I felt like my presentation wasn't good enough. I was about to go present it to the group in like 2 days, and now you want to tell me that you don't like it? Unacceptable. So I hope that answers your question, David, but I toned it down only a little bit. I only changed the title slide because that one was a little bit like maybe too in your face, too Malcolm X for the people. But I did keep the rest of the information, and I just wrote an email back to my supervisor saying, I agree, we are doing a good job, but there's so much more that we could be doing. And I feel like this is the problem with a lot of research is we don't want to lean in and address things that people are saying. So I have changed this part, but I'm leaving the rest. And I hope that we can continue to do more work that honors the voice of community members going forward. Bam. And then I started looking for a new job immediately. So that is, but very good question, David. Okay, so why is receiving feedback so important? Guys, this is important because you have to be a forever learner. And even in that situation too, even though it was irritating and I was just like mad and I felt like I had to change my presentation so quickly, like I was able to just think through those moments, and it really helped me lean into like what I'm passionate about, what I want to use my voice for, the things I will stand up for and the things I won't stand for. Um, so you definitely have those moments where you're irritated, but I also feel like it's good for you to lean into them because it helps you to learn more about yourself, your passions, just embrace any kind of feedback that you're getting, whether it's positive or negative, and really try to make sure, um, it helps you to kind of build yourself up too. If you know some of the things people are telling you were just foolishness, be confident about that and know who you are and turn those things into like, no, I know that I did a good job and I know that this is not going to stop me. And if there is room for feedback, because maybe I was being a little too rah, 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 and people wouldn't be able to digest it. Okay, maybe I can change my title, but this other stuff y'all gonna get, and this will help me going forward in my career. Because I don't want my passions to override stuff so much that now people won't receive my message because they already feel attacked by the time I come into the room. So how can I still hold community members' voices at the core, but do it in a way where people will receive my message, because that's my ultimate goal. So you always want to be learning, no matter what kind of feedback you get, there's something you can take away from it. So there's this quote that says, feedback is the fuel that drives improved performance. And I agree, because whether it's positive or negative feedback, like I said, when you invest in yourself and you take those reflectionary moments, you're only going forward. And so now I like, even though I was irritated, I only had 2 days to get it together. Now I know before I would be like, oh, I can't do this. I know I can fix a PowerPoint in no time now. Like that just increased my ability. Like, you want to put pressure on me, I rise to the occasion. Um, then you have what we talk about all the time, which is so key, y'all. And you know, I like to do my research as I'm preparing the PowerPoint. So everything that I was finding about giving and receiving feedback talked about this growth versus fixed mindset. So when I tell you Miss Joni is dropping jewels, this is stuff that like Fortune 500 companies are still trying to get adults to realize. Like these big companies are trying to get their employees and do trainings to tell them, please have a growth mindset. Please keep thinking about how you can learn and grow. Life is too short. There's always something new and changing. You can always grow. So the green side is the growth mindset side, and it says these are the kinds of questions you should be asking yourself to figure out if you have a growth mindset or a fixed mindset. So do you tell yourself, I can learn anything that I want to? When I'm frustrated, I will persevere. When challenges come, you want to challenge yourself. You embrace those challenges. When you fail, you try to figure out, how can I learn from this failure? You want to try harder. When you succeed, or when other people succeed, you're inspired, and your effort and your attitude really drives the core of who you are and what you do. If you have a fixed mindset, you're just like, okay, either I'm good at it or I'm not, and you're not going to try to push yourself or try to expose yourself to new things that, yeah, you might fail, but at least you tried. When you're frustrated, you give up. You don't like to be challenged. You want to stay in the comfort zone of, I'm good at this, and that's all I'm going to do. If you do fail, you feel like you're no good and you kind of shut yourself off. You want people to tell you that you're smart all the time, or tell you you're good. And if other people succeed, you start to feel threatened by their success, and you feel like your abilities determine everything. And if people try to give you feedback, you're not trying to hear it, nothing, grow. You don't want to learn. You don't want to let other people lead. Um, you know, like those supervisors who don't want y'all to watch success sessions. Okay. When they see other people succeeding, they feel threatened because they're only good at one thing. So they want to hold on to that control. So, y'all, this is not just something we're saying just to say. This is really a key point. If you can get to that growth mindset and embrace challenges, like the back of Miss Joni's board talks about failure equals success and growth. Don't be afraid, lean into it. No one is perfect. Everyone has to try and fail at stuff. But every time you try something new, you're adding stuff to your repertoire, to your toolbox of things like, oh yeah, I tried that and I realized I didn't really like it, but I was in the room with certain people and I heard this and I heard that, and now I can take this and shape it into something new. So some tips for receiving feedback are just try to self-reflect after every feedback session is completed. So whenever you get some feedback, just really try to, listen, hear what are the main points that they're saying. Taylor, this is good for, like you said, helping to determine, is this just criticism or is this helpful feedback? When in doubt, you always ask for clarification. Don't just feel like you have to just be a sponge, and just because you're a child, you can't ask questions. If you have a question, as long as you say it in a respectful way in your tone, don't be afraid to ask the question, because people might not even know why they're telling you to do stuff or why they're giving you this feedback. And maybe you have a different perspective on something. Just, there's always a time and a place for stuff. So I always encourage young people to don't be afraid to ask for clarification when you're getting feedback, because it shows people you really want to learn how you can do better in that area. Okay, so embrace the feedback as a session for a learning opportunity. So, like I said, always going in, just trying to change your mindset instead of thinking of the defense. Like, how can I use this as a learning opportunity? Pause and think before you respond. So, sometimes you don't have to respond right in the moment, especially if you're an emotional person and you need time to process. So, you don't let people come out of your character. Do what you need to do. Avoid jumping to conclusions. Think positively and be open to helpful hints. Learn from your mistakes and be motivated by them. Show appreciation for people who, especially that love and care about you, when they really want to give you feedback that's going to help you succeed. Don't be afraid to thank them. And then this last one is my favorite. Be proactive, y'all. You don't have to wait. It's okay to check in. Like, I started using this in my adult life and my career, like just checking in with people. You don't have to wait for them to tell you something. You be the owner and the driver of your leadership and your personal growth and development. And oh, sorry, Corey just asked a really good question. I'm like, ooh, but yes, go ahead and ask. So a lot of the times, especially at work, like I won't wait for my boss to tell me. So I'll ask, like, how am I doing? Can we meet to just check in? These are some ideas I have. Like, it's so much easier. A lot of the times we're our worst critics anyway. So if you can go ahead and just do some self-reflection yourself and think about some things that you're working on, things that you could do better on, and you present it to your boss, they will be so impressed. Oh, okay, yeah. And a lot of the times they're going to go way easier on you because they feel like you already came up to them saying that you need to do this, you need to do that, and they will help guide you to your goals, and they'll give you more areas where you can improve. But don't just wait for people to give you feedback. Be comfortable with checking in with them. Hardcore said, is it possible to have both a growth and a fixed mindset? And my first response is just no. But I definitely think it's like on a spectrum, right? So let's say the fixed mindset is here and the growth mindset is here. You could definitely be more on the fixed and you're trying to get closer to the growth mindset. But I feel like the whole idea with just a growth mindset is always being willing to learn something from every situation. If you can just get that in your core, no matter what happens, no matter what comes your way, instead of just shutting down, if you can just make up in your mind that I'm going to maybe have my temper tantrum, maybe I will feel a little insecure if people are succeeding and I'm not. It's not going to happen overnight, but how can I open my mind to say, how can I do better? How can I look at this situation differently? Having that reflective piece in your mind already helps you to go ahead and be in that growth mindset. Miss Joni, what do you think?
Yeah, so I actually teach this with my corporate folks. So this is like a full class, and some people who order like the whole thing, it's really like a 3-part class, like 6 hours a day. So we do have a part where we get into where we talk about situational mindsets, but it still is basically whether or not you ultimately have a fixed mindset or a growth mindset. But we do walk through scenarios where, depending on the situation, your behaviors may be a fixed mindset, but you ultimately have a growth mindset because the way you look at the world and because the way you look at things overall, and it really is determined on how you arrive to that situation. One of the best examples I can give is like me with math. I got a growth mindset all day long. You can look at my life, look at the things that I've done and determine that. But with math, that's a very situational shit. I almost cussed. That's a very situational situation for me. And it's like, No, like, no, math, no, absolutely not. Like, I don't know it. I'm not going to learn it, even though, however, Miss Caitlin's academic success sessions, I have learned a little bit of algebra, y'all. I've learned a little bit of biology and stuff like that. So it really is all on how you look at it. But the goal is that overall, the way you look at life, the way you approach things in general is of that growth mindset.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Miss Joni, because it's true that it's called situational mindset. Yeah, I think that happens a lot too. I feel like that's what gets me. Overall, I try to have a growth mindset, but the same with like that these statistics and stuff and research, I'm like, bye. No, absolutely not. Or even y'all with the online distance learning, I've been trying to encourage because I know this is not ideal, but it's true. Like if you can just change your mind to start opening up and being like, okay, how can I learn from that? How can I make this work for me? Instead of just being like, I don't like this. This isn't going to work. This is dumb. You will see the difference where you can start opening up your horizons and leaning more into it. And it really does help too when, that person is able to give you whether it be feedback or that person who is just in charge too, because I know a lot of times I had math teachers, they were either really good or really bad. So if I didn't like them, I did not do good in math that year. If I loved them, I would do good in math. And I'm like, dang, I'm letting people steal my education. I can't be putting my education in their hands just because I don't like them. So definitely, guys, that's a good question, Corey. If you feel like overall you have a growth mindset, go even deeper and be like, okay, but what situations do I find myself having a fixed mindset, and how can I open myself up to growing in those areas too? Are there any more comments while we answer this question too? I wanted to get y'all's opinion on why do you guys think it's so hard to receive feedback? Like sometimes, and it can be positive or negative, because even when we're like, people will give us a compliment. I know I'm still working on that. I'm like, oh, okay, no, 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 thanks, that's nice. Or, and definitely when people are giving us negative feedback, we are not trying to hear it. So why do y'all think that happens?
Q said, I feel like I always have to respond to feedback and I need to learn just to take it.
Oh, Q. Oh, that's growth, baby. That's growth.
Yeah, that is growth. Matter of fact, I feel like that was a jewel a couple of days ago, talking about like true growth is knowing that everything don't require your reaction. So yeah, Q, we here with that.
Absolutely. I'm gonna add that to the next bullet point. Thank you guys. I'm trying to be in a growth mind. There's always more we can do. And I think a good bullet point of tips for receiving feedback is sometimes you don't even have to respond.
Mm-hmm. Isis said, because sometimes people force their ideals onto you without asking and
Mm-hmm.
their tones. And I know I used to be guilty of that, Miss Simone, which is why, you know what? Either you pay me for this good cuss out, or I'm just going to watch you hang your own self and kick your own chair. Like, that is so important to make sure that people want your feedback, especially for a strong person like me, because everybody, number one, can't even take the feedback that I give. And I know that it's not the nicest in terms of delivery, but overall, anybody that knows me know that it's coming from a good place. But no, I'm not about to put no sugar on it, because the world ain't gonna put no sugar on it when you get out there. So no, I'm gonna give it to you just like that. But that is important. Bree said because of the way the feedback is given, like the tone, the way we may feel about the person, or sometimes if we already know, then maybe we don't want to receive it.
Mm-hmm.
That's deep. You already know you wrong. I got a bunch of them. I got I got a bunch of them. John said it's hard to receive feedback because some people don't want to feel invalid or their actions to be invalidated or wrong. People always want to set in their minds that what they are doing is right.
That is very, ooh, John. That
Baby
is,
Barack, yo. And yo, one thing I always say, man, listen, if you the person that always think you right, you the wrongest person in the room. you Yo, that's just facts. That's just facts. Isis said, and then not offering a positive solution instead. They just say something negative and leave it.
Y'all are y'all are
Yo,
good.
yo, Missouri said, I hate feedback. How you gonna tell me about myself?
Wait,
Yo, you gotta fix your outlook on that. You can't grow, man. We can tell you a lot about yourself, but yo, I judge the caliber of the person a lot. Like I do believe that everybody has something to offer and you can learn something from everybody. You can learn the same basically from the garbage man as you can from the CEO. It just depends on how you want to apply what that is. But I also look at the caliber of a person. Like don't be talking to me about integrity when I know you scheming and scamming behind the scenes. Like don't talk to me about something that you're not living. So I'm really big on that. And sometimes I'll just shut the person down anyway. Like, look, this ain't the conversation for us.
I like that. Like, this is not the conversation for us.
No, not at all. You got some good comments coming in though. Kamaya's success session said, I always feel like the situation requires a response, even when it doesn't. Get that right. Chaos Movie said, everybody isn't saying it right. And it's not about what you say, it's how you say it. Yo, yes, yo. Sometimes that delivery is so much stronger than what the actual message is. Two people could be telling you the exact same thing, but because you give that one person more weight or because you like them more, whatever, you want to take it different. Me and my parents be going through that all the time. They be like, well, Miss Joni, can you just tell them?
I know. It's
I'd be like, all right.
true. And that's why we tell you guys be who that integrity piece is key because your message is only as valid as the actions you put behind it. If you are just saying stuff but your actions aren't lining up, as soon as you start saying something, no one cares. You know?
Exactly. Exactly. Poet said, I feel like when someone gives me feedback, whether good or bad, sometimes I think I'm in the wrong and I say sorry and everything to the point where people say you don't need to keep saying sorry. Yeah, Keon said, yeah, but that's how you gotta be. You gotta give it to them straight up. And Missouri said, this is an interesting comment. I know it's good to receive feedback, but it's ways to get your point across without making someone feel bad.
That is very true. I agree.
Yeah, I fight that line, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you, Miss Simone. I fight that line. You
Yeah.
right. You right, Missouri. I'm not even gonna sit up here and say that you are absolutely right, y'all. But I'm guilty of that sometimes. But it's because for me, this stuff is life or death, y'all.
Yeah.
Especially at that critical age of like 16, 17, 18. 16 and 17, I'll give you a little teeny bit of a break. But 18 and up, I can't give you no breaks. I can't afford to be worried about your feelings. I'm worried about your life. And I would much rather years from now, whether you in a good place or a bad place, when you think about the impact that I had on your life, I would much rather you say, yo, she hurt my feelings, but she told me the truth versus I wish she would have told me because I'm everything but fake. And if I ain't happy, you're going to know that I'm not happy. And if it's too bad, and if I really don't feel like I can talk to you without ripping out your whole spine, then I'm just not going to talk to you. I'm going to have to calm down first, get some crabs and some apple cider.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Yo, Q got a great question for you, Miss Simone. She
Yeah.
says, do you think that a sense of self-worth or self-entitlement is why um is why we let it hit is why it's so hard to accept certain types of feedback?
Oh, cute. You are
It's a
hitting.
great question.
And I love thank y'all for engaging because these are you have to get in the nitty gritty with this stuff. Life is not always so black and white. And so there's always a fine line. And that's always why you want to be checking in with yourself and like getting that feedback because you're right. If you are so high and mighty and no one can tell you anything, and I know this and I know that, then yeah, that's bad. That is too, you should not have a mindset that no one can tell me nothing. Like nothing. Okay. But there is a point where you do have to know who you are and you know what you have to offer. And that doesn't mean that you just let any and everybody's feedback get you down, right? But you will, like I said, you lean into it and think of it as like you're taking the driver's seat, right? There are always going to be cars coming back and forth, but you are in control of your car, right? You get to pick the radio station, you get to do that. But don't just be like, no one can get in my car, this is the only radio station I hear, this is no. You want to have your top maybe 5 that you put in your buttons. So I have my favorite top 5 stations, but if someone wants to get in my car and listen to something else, I'm gonna be open to it, right? But I'm gonna know, like, okay, do I like this? Do I not like this? I'm gonna lean into it. I'm gonna try to be in the moment and embrace it and move and adjust as I go. So that's kind of the thing. You don't just let anyone tell you anything and run over your life, and you always have to receive everybody's feedback. You just are more attentive when people are giving you feedback instead of just shutting yourself off or just letting them tear you all the way down. You take control of the situation. You come in with an open mind. Say, okay, what is this person saying to me? Is this stuff valid? Are they trying to help me grow? Is this like hurting my feelings because I think it's a little true? Do that self-reflection piece after. Um, and that's how you kind of own that, and you don't go too far into the I don't know, you just can't tell you're nothing. Maya said, do you think that your past relationship can also impact the way you react with others, especially with feedback? Absolutely, Maya. This is a really, really good one. And that's what I said, it can happen in your personal and your professional life. Um, and a lot of the times, like I said, you really have to be careful because there will be people that you really value their feedback, and there'll be people you don't care. And this is why you need to check who you have around you, because those are the people that are probably going to be giving you the most feedback, whether it's like formal, sitting down talking, or just passive feedback day to day. Um, and I think that if you have been in a relationship where you're constantly getting negative feedback, that informal day to day, it definitely starts to impact you because now you're questioning everything. So there's a healthy sense of questioning too. If you're around people that make you question yourself every day, they're not adding any positivity. Like, no one is perfect. I get it. So we're all growing and learning. But like Michelle, everyone has something to offer and something of value. So just as much as they want to be giving you feedback for how to improve, they should definitely be telling you like how you're doing good, and even giving positive feedback along the way. Like, yeah, you might need to work on this, but you have been doing really good with that. And I appreciate something else you've been working on as you're trying to improve. But that relationship piece is so key. And it goes back to our toxic relationship conversations and, you know, just people tearing you down, and they're just taking more energy than they are depositing positive energy. Okay, Bree said, how do you tell someone that the way they are giving you feedback isn't really a good way without sounding mean or making them not want to give you feedback? That is awesome. Bree, I love this. Miss Johnny, why are you This is good. Miss, you want me to talk first or you want to say something? Okay. Okay. I don't know what's happening, but Bree, this is a great question. And we're always out of time. So tomorrow we'll go into how to give feedback, and I'll give y'all some tips for how to give feedback, and like talk to, like, let people know how you feel. So here, we'll just skip to the slide that I have. And when you see it tomorrow, act like you never saw it, okay? Okay. So y'all have seen this before, and we kind of talk. I hear you guys saying it sometimes too, like you need to use the I feel because kind of statement, right? So feel empowered, like take some observations of how people are talking to you, how it makes you feel, and kind of like have that observation ready so you know how to address it specifically. And then be real. Like, y'all, I know we talk about this generation doesn't want to be in touch with their emotions and we all have to act hard and all this stuff. It is not weak to tell people how you feel. I repeat, It is not weak to tell people how you feel. It is empowering because it lets people know, like, I'm being real with you. And it helps you to get that closure that we're always trying to find. Because when you're not honest with yourself or other people, you leave the door open for, man, maybe I should have told them this, because you tried to cover it up and you didn't tell them how you really felt. So now when they come creeping back up into your DMs, you want to give them a second chance because you're like, well, I guess I didn't tell them. No, cut it out right now. Slam the door and tell people how you really feel. It is okay. Do you feel hurt? Do you feel sad? Do you feel angry? Like, really get, and we can go into some more adjectives to really describe how you feel, because I think sometimes too I just rely on those main four, but there are other ways to communicate how you feel and really get at that core so you can communicate effectively with people. And then you tell people, I feel this way because I need people to talk to me in a certain way or else I just tone it out. Like, I always encourage people. This is a little, I'm not like against cussing, but I'm not gonna, if people start cussing at me, I don't hear anything else you're saying. I'm like, I just go on defense mode. And it's so y'all have to know yourselves. If that's the same for you, please tell people, tell them how to treat you and talk to you. Because if you start cussing, I can't hear anything else you're saying. Now I just want to fight and the smile is gone. So you could just say, when you are giving me feedback, it makes me feel angry, upset, and hurt because I just shut down when people cuss at me. So would you be willing to maybe tone down your cussing a little bit more? Because I still value and appreciate your feedback, but when you say this stuff, I just block it all out. So using this kind of formula, and I know it kind of seems elementary, but it really, really helps. And I love the last part, like really telling people what you need from them and the things that you value. So you're not putting it on them, you're not tearing them down. And that's something else we'll talk about tomorrow. You want to talk about the problem and not the person, because when people feel attacked, they shut down. So try to really focus on what is the situation and the issue. And why you value those things and you need those things. And then don't be afraid to request people to change, because this will give you the money answer every time. If you ask people to do something and they don't follow up with what they say they're going to do, Miss Joni, what are we hitting them with? The scissors. Okay. The scissors. And it's okay. Don't feel like, sometimes people are in your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. And it doesn't mean that they're inherently a bad person, but maybe they're just not good for you in that moment, in that time, whatever. And so, oh, this is good. I'm glad we're talking about this, because tomorrow we'll finish up how to give feedback and how to have closure if you need to end a situation, where you can end it on a positive note if you feel like there's a person in your life that is always just giving you negative feedback, or maybe you're in a job situation where you feel like this is just not good for me, this is negative, I need to get out of here. I'm gonna add some tips, but we only have a few more minutes. And thank you guys for answering this question. Y'all had some really good points. I just wanted to end on some tips that I was seeing as I was doing my research about why it's so hard for people to receive feedback. And y'all covered a lot of these. Like you said, you feel attacked, you feel like a failure. We're human beings. We want to feel valued and supported. So sometimes when we get feedback, that's not good. You start feeling like you're not doing things right. You don't want to disappoint other people, start attacking your character and like not addressing the problem. They're addressing who you are as a person. If you don't like or respect the person, it's hard to receive the feedback. You might feel embarrassed. You can start feeling hopeless that you can't be like what you want to be, or their actions don't align with their words. Okay. So let me see what this comment is. Kay said, it may not be weak, but for some reason, I don't know how to explain my feelings because they might not care. Do you have any tips on how to express yourself? Oh my gosh, I love you guys so much. This is great.
Yeah, that's a great question.
The first thing is, I want you to be in the driver's seat, y'all, and don't allow people to have your energy, even if they don't care. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't say what you have to feel. At the end of the day, you have every right to express yourself, and don't put the power in the hands of someone else. Put the power in your hands. So it doesn't matter if they care or not. Do you care? Is this important to you? Do you need to get this off your chest to feel better, to feel like you can breathe, like you can move on with your life? If the answers to those questions are yes, then you should speak up. And whether they care or not is just a helpful indicator of whether they need to be on your top priority list in your life or not. Okay? So, I guess tips on how to express yourself. I really have been writing so much, y'all, like journaling. And at first, when I heard about journaling, I was like, I don't know about this. This is a little weird. I'm too old for a diary. It's not happening. But I just use my journal. I make it work for me now. I realize I don't have to follow whatever. Sometimes I just write. It's like however I feel. I'll put stuff in boxes. I'll do pros and cons list. I'll be talking to myself but writing it down. Why do I feel this way? Why do I care? And a lot of the times that helps me to like fully communicate um in a clear and concise way how I feel, why I feel valid to say the things that I feel. Um, and yeah, it just helps me to feel confident in my communication that it doesn't matter if you care or not, but I need to get this off my chest because I've done my personal self work to figure out why I feel these things. And it's important for me to say it to you. So I really suggest writing. And if you're not a writer, you don't have to write a whole bunch of paragraphs. You can even do bullet points. You can do notes in your phone. Um, just saying stuff out loud if you have to talk to yourself helps. But I feel like kind of doing that inner work first helps you to express your feelings to others because you've already kind of processed it. You left your emotions at the door. You have your main points, and then you can say how you feel.
Yeah, that's definitely a tough situation when you're having a hard time like expressing yourself. And I agree, journaling is definitely a powerful way. Another way too for people who are verbal is to just have somebody that's open to listening, not giving any feedback, not giving any advice, not doing anything else, but listening. And I think that helps too, especially when the person who you want to hear it isn't receptive to it, because you can't make somebody listen to you. Like you can't make them want to hear what you got to say, and you definitely can't make them care. You just got to be strong enough to do what you have to do to reconcile it within yourself and find healthy ways to be able to do it. So it's a deep conversation, Miss Simone.
Yeah, this is so good, y'all. Thank you for engaging.
No,
And we're gonna get into some more tips tomorrow. And if you have any other questions, DM me. Let me know if there's things you want to talk about because this is important.
it really is. What's your jewels, Miss Simone? What you leaving us with?
Well, after that last question, I just want to make sure we're all creating a space for people to feel comfortable to be their best selves. Okay, so let's just make sure we're allowing people to express. We're not judging, we're not putting people down, we're not calling them stupid. We're creating a safe space for people to learn and grow and do that self reflection.
Love it. Thank you so much, Miss Simone. As always, amazing, amazing. We never have enough time. We see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Y'all, bye.
Y'all, we be right back right at 11 with our guest today, Miss Ashley Tate. Hey, y'all. We are back. Let's get into our special guest today, Miss Ashley Tate. Man, I love Miss Simone's conversations, don't y'all? There she go. There she go. Hey, Miss Ashley.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good. I'm blessed. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm blessed as well. Happy to be alive, and my family, my friends are okay. My kids are great. I'm just blessed.
That is amazing. Well, thank you so much for making time for us today. Man, we never really have enough time for these types of conversations. So I'm going to just kind of get right into it. Encourage all our heartbeats, drop your comments, drop your questions. We promise we want to get to them. So this is like my first time meeting you for real. So I'm going to
Yeah,
be learning about you too.
yes. I'm very excited.
Me too. So can you just start off just giving us kind of like a formal introduction? And I'll tell you, like our heartbeats, they like for you to spill all the tea. So they want to know like where you were born, where you came up, like all that little stuff. They like to be all in your business. So if you could just tell us a little bit about who Miss Ash is.
Yes. How y'all doing? My name is Ashley. I am almost 30 years old. I'm a Leo. I was born and raised in Baltimore, Maryland. I have three beautiful children, ages 7, 5, and 1. Pray for me. um, I have written three books in 2019. I love to write. I love basketball. I love football. Go Ravens. And I love being a mom and I love being a writer. I am, wow, what else can I say? I,
I gotta tell these kids don't slide in your DMs. You telling them you a baby, you a Leo. Y'all leave her alone.
yes, yes. I'm very excited to be here.
So you east side, west side, what part of Baltimore?
Oh man, I'm from West Baltimore all day.
Hey,
But
okay.
but I'm over east now.
Uh, oh, all right, I feel you. Story of my life. Story of my life. So how did you get into like writing, like being a published author? Was that something that you always knew that you wanted to do?
Oh wow. Really I never knew what my purpose was in life. I did not know what I wanted to do with my life, to be honest. I've come from a very troubled past. Through I've been through a lot. And what I found was that writing was very therapeutic for everything. I was in a domestic violence relationship. I was homeless with my first two oldest children, and I always found writing to be my getaway. Um, I actually became a writer in 2019, and I'm very, very happy that I finally chose something that I was passionate about, because I never knew what I was passionate about. I knew that I was passionate about making money and being in the streets, but I just thank God that I'm here now.
Wow. You were homeless with two kids and you
Yeah.
made it out of that.
Yes, thank God, glory.
Yo, how? Just because, and I'm asking because we have so many young people now who are in the storm of their own troubles, and a lot of them can't see their way out of it. But to see somebody bright and beautiful like yourself, just out here doing it and coming from that, it's important that, they know and understand like how you conquer those type of demons.
Mm. It was by God's grace and mercy. It was mostly because I knew what I wanted out of life. I knew I didn't want to be homeless, and I knew that I wanted to be accustomed to the streets all my life. And I actually groomed for that from actually believing in God, believing that He had a plan for me all these years. And it was so many times that I've doubted Him. I've doubted myself. And I didn't think that I was going to actually come out of those troubling times, but I just thank God that I'm here. I actually lost my second child's father like 2, 3 years ago. And the crazy part about it was that I was supposed to have been there when he had died. And it could have ended up really bad. I could have been in jail and I could have been dead, but I just thank God that I'm still here.
Oh my God, that's terrible. Hold on, we getting some comments. They saying that our screen is freezing. This is crazy. Yeah, I see it too on mine right here. It says, see, this how the devil work. Don't want you to have this good knowledge right here.
Man, the devil is always working.
Always working, always
Oh,
working. You got something powerful to say. That's the only reason we ain't never had no problems ever before.
wow. The devil's always working.
Always working. You ain't even lying. Let me see.
Yes.
Uh, all right, it looked like it might slowly be coming back. I got my other laptop over here monitoring it. Okay, it looked like we might be back now.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, but thank you so much for that powerful testimony. Bree had a question. Bree wants to know, can you talk about some of the things that you do whenever you get writer's block?
Mm, wow. That's like almost all the time. What I do, I just sit still, I pray, and I always tell God to show me the way. You know, God has been there for me every step of the way. I could have been dead when I was 12 years old. I could have been dead a long time ago. And sometimes when you have a writer's block, it's nothing but the enemy. And you tell them, not today, not today. You just sit still, you pray, and you ask God to put you back on track.
Hmm. Absolutely. That's a word right there. That
Yeah.
is a word right there. David wants to know, how did you handle your grief and how were you able to put your past behind you? That's a powerful question, David.
Wow. That is a powerful question. When my child's father died, I blamed myself because the night that I had last seen him when he was killed, I was supposed to have been there. I was supposed to have went out with him. Like I said, I was involved in the streets. Me and him was selling drugs together. And both of my children at the time, they were asleep. And I was going to leave them in the house to go with him. But God just kept telling me, don't go. I kept on ignoring it. And God said, do not go. I told him that I couldn't go. And he told me he loved me and he left. And I didn't find out that he was killed until a month or two ago. I couldn't even go to his funeral.
Hmm.
um,
So sorry.
how I handled that grief was by writing a letter to him, letting him know how sorry I was for not being there. Um, I've written a lot. I've prayed a lot. And I just, told God that, that I will always love him. Um, and sometimes when you put your past behind you, it's a stepping stone to your greatness. Sometimes you got to put your past behind you because if your past holds you hostage, you can't move forward in life. And you would never receive the blessings that God has for you. And it was troubling for me. I really loved him. I went to school with him. We have a child together that he would never see like that. And it's hard, but I know that he loves me and I know he loves his child still. So, David, how you go past your past is by leaving your past behind you. And you have to forgive yourself and the people that hurt you. And you always got to just let God know that I thank you for delivering me. Because, like I said, I could have been in jail. And then at that time, the boy was 17. He was 17 years old. And if I was there, I probably would have did something I could never take back, or my kids would have woke up without me being there.
Hmm. Oh my God. You are a strong person. Thank you so much for your strength. And just for your light shining right now. You got a lot of questions and comments here. Kay says, honestly, she's in your same situation right now, and she's dealing with all that while being pregnant. So she wants to know, just how do you do it?
Sometimes I don't even know. Sometimes, I find strength in my children. I find strength in the blessings that I have now. Like I said, I was homeless with my children for 2 years. I've done things I did not want to do. I've I've encountered a lot while being homeless. And the one thing that pressed me through was just believing in God. Sometimes God puts us through, excuse my language, he puts us through hell and high waters just to bring us through our glory and just for us to be victorious. And we always got to remember that this is not permanent. This is only temporarily. And what God has for us is along the way. So she has to find strength in just knowing that she has a blessing inside her womb. She has a blessing waiting for her, and God does not make no mistakes. When I lost my grandmother and my aunt, I questioned him a lot. Why would you leave me here with people who didn't love me, with people who did me wrong? And he always told me, I got something in store for you. Always. And I always believed in that. I always listened to his word. I always listened to myself. I always believed in myself. So for the young lady who had just wrote that question, just keep having faith. You have a beautiful blessing inside your womb. You have a purpose in this life, that whatever you have been through in the past, you will triumph, and you have a beautiful baby inside your womb.
Love it. Love it. Bree says, when your child's dad died, how were you able to be there even though you were also going through it yourself?
Mm. I remember in the
Wow,
first
deep
couple of
questions.
months, I remember in the first couple of months, I couldn't. Like I said, I blamed myself for his death. And I had to really, when I first found out he died, I couldn't believe it. And I couldn't even really be there for my first two children. I couldn't be there. I used to lay in the bed. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. And I used to always have dreams. It's just amazing of how, I will always miss him and I will always love him, and we have a child together. And whenever I look at her, I see him. And that's not what God wanted for me. And when his death had came into my life, that's when I actually stopped selling drugs. I actually started living the life that God wanted me to, you
Wow.
know. And it was hard. Like I said, I couldn't even be the mother that I wanted to be, because I had so much guilt and shame. And now I don't anymore. And I had a dream that he told me that he was sorry. And it was then that I was able to let go. So it
Wow.
was hard. It was hard, but I got through it.
Yeah. You're a walking testimony, man. A walk. No wonder we had all those challenges trying to get you on here because your story is so powerful. That's how the devil worked, always
Yeah.
trying to stop something. But he knew who needed to hear this today. And it's a bunch of comments of young people asking, can they connect with you after this? So is it okay if I share your email with them after
Yeah.
this?
Yes.
Perfect. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. So Kay, hit me up and I'm gonna make sure that you get her email, and anybody else that wants Miss Ashley's email, y'all just hit up Kay and y'all can get it.
And my
Kia,
number. Call me too. I'm
your
here.
number two? Oh, she giving it out. She being generous. She said I can give the number out too. All right, y'all got it. Kay, I'm giving it to you. I love it. Keon says, can you tell us some of the things that you learned about yourself while being homeless? Wow, Keon, that's a good question.
Wow, that is a good question. I learned that I was strong. I learned that I would do anything for my kids. Anything. I will I would trade my soul for them any day. And the one thing that I learned when I was homeless is that I knew that it wasn't permanent. You know, I went through house to house, program to program. I've I've been through a lot. And the one thing I learned about myself is that I'm strong, I'm resilient, and I knew that, you know, I just knew that better was going to come for me. I just had to be patient. I learned a lot of patience. I had a lot of faith and hope. So those are the things that I had learned about myself. One was that I was strong because a lot of people wanted me to give my kids to them, but I
Mm,
always told that I couldn't. You know, we went through that as a family and we
mm.
came on top.
Wow. Maya wants to know, what advice would you give to a fellow Black girl who also wants to be an author?
Follow your dreams. Follow your dreams. Always follow your dreams. Sometimes when the enemy knows that you have a purpose, he would do everything to steer you away from it. Even
Yes.
I became an author, I had doubts. Like, you know, nobody will not read my books. Nobody will listen to me speak. And that was nothing but the enemy.
Mhm.
I also give advice for authors too. So if you ever want to start your book, reach out to me and I will help you. No charge. I don't care about none of that. I will help you.
I
But
love
always
it.
follow your dreams. And if that's your passion, that is your passion, you go for it because that's what God gave you the gift to do.
Absolutely. I love it. Isis says, do you feel like your connection with God has helped guide you in your life more, or following of religion? Isis always come with the deep questions, yo. She's so young, but so deep,
I love
always.
I love I love it. Isis, well, when I was 12, I lost my faith in God a long time ago when my grandmother was taken away from me. She was like my best friend. And when my aunt died, I was 19. I spoke to her 2 days before she died. And I've been through so much that I always just ask, like, if God loved me so much, why am I going through all this? Why did I meet a man down the line who put his hands on me? Why was I molested? Why was I raped? And it helped me draw closer to him when I had to just stop and think that everything I've been through, I could have been dead a long time ago. I could have been dead a long time ago. I've had thoughts of, you know, committing suicide, ending my life. I've, I've, if I was to sit here and tell you my whole testimony, it's it's just amazing of how much God has put me through to bring me to where I'm at. And that's why I have so much faith in him now. And I have 3 girls. I have 3 beautiful girls, and all of them, they represent me when I was younger. You know, I believe that God places things and people in your life for a reason. And I'm living my life again through my children. And I love them so much. So I just figured that, you know what, God does love me because he has blessed me with so much. I have my own house now after being homeless. I finally found my purpose and my meaning after so long. I love myself more and my children love me more, you know, so I forgave people who have done me wrong. I forgave myself for making the bad decisions and the choices that I've made. You know, I just forgave myself. And that is what will help you in your journey with God. And I've never had this much faith and trust in God before, but through every obstacle I face, my faith has got stronger.
Maya says, how hard was it for you to forgive yourself?
It was very hard. I
Yeah.
used to hate myself in the mirror because not that I didn't like the outside. If it's because I just didn't like myself, and I think that's why I settled for less in my life. But now that I'm at this stage in my life, I know what I deserve. I know my worth. I know that I'm strong. And it was very, very hard to forgive myself. I'm just now in the stage now where I can just say, through all my troubles and all my mistakes and the bad choices I've made, being involved in the streets and all that stuff, I just thank God I'm here. And I had to forgive. Because if I didn't forgive myself, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now.
Mm-hmm. Man, you getting so much positive love, positive energy. Like all the heartbeats are saying that they love you, they appreciate you, thank you. Like you got so many of those comments. And John is like, Miss Joni, if you don't invite her to the cookout, yo, I think this is the fastest anybody. Normally people don't get invited to the cookout till like 11:45, but like he was saying that from like 10 minutes in, like Miss Joni, invite her to the cookout. Yes, you are officially invited. Like they sending you so much love. So if you get a chance, like after this live, definitely go back to YouTube and watch it so you can see some of their comments, because it's so many. I'm just skipping to the questions, but you got a lot of great comments.
Oh, thank you.
A lot of them. Zion wants to know, after a while, did you ever go and get any type of help to help you heal?
I've actually got help through my spiritual leaders. I've gotten help from people that have came into my life. Sometimes, how can I say this in a good way? Sometimes your own family can break you down. Sometimes your own family can keep reminding you of your past. And I know it was times that I've disappointed a lot of people. And there was times I disappointed myself and I was disappointed. But how I went through it was because of God. Whenever I prayed to him, he always answered. There were times where I couldn't even feed my family. And it was times where I didn't know how I was going to clothe me and my family. I didn't know anything. And when I just left everything in his hands, my God, everything was just answered. I prayed that I loved myself most. I didn't love myself. I used to always think that I wasn't pretty enough. I wasn't good enough. I always thought bad about myself. And I got help through therapy, by writing, and this by trusting in God's plan.
Wow. So powerful. Bree says, when you were going through what you were going through, did you ever get the feeling like you just wanted to give up? And like 4 people got like that same question.
Yes. There were times I did want to give up. I wanted to give up so much, but I couldn't. I had girls watching me. I couldn't give up because people doubted me and I wanted to prove them wrong. And God always says that he will prepare you a table in the presence of your enemies. And I always believed in that. And that's what gave me the motivation to keep going. You're going to keep doubting me. I'm going to prove you wrong. You're going to keep knocking me down. I'm going to get back up 10. And it's going to be times where people will tell you, well, you should just do this. You should not do that. But don't listen to them, because that's nothing but the enemy steering you from God's plan for you. And there was times I wanted to give up. There was times that I didn't feel like I was worthy of being a mother because people told me that my kids didn't stand a chance of me being their mom. People that were dear to me, people that were close to me. And I was a fool to believe them. I was a fool to even question myself. Like, why would I even listen to this person? Like, you struggling with your own demons. You have your own insecurities, but that's not me. But when you want to give up, you can't, because you got to prove them wrong. You got to prove yourself that you can do it. You got to just keep pressing forward, and you can give up, especially when you have came so far. If I would have gave up, I would have gave up a long time ago, and I wouldn't be where I'm at right now.
Wow. Wow. Isis says, how do you feel your life would have been changed if you knew about writing before your homelessness?
Mm.
It's a good question. I told you Isis covered that heat.
I love it though. Wow. With being homeless, it was one of the most troubling times for me because I had to do things that I didn't want to do. And it crushed me, you know. And with writing, I found it very therapeutic. I used to always write prayers in my journal book. I still have it to this day. Hold on, I'll show it to y'all. Hold up. Can y'all see it?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We like hearts around here.
I love her. Her smile. And I used to write prayers. I used to write letters to myself to keep encouraged and to keep pressing forward. No matter how it looked then, I was still happy. I was happy because when I was home with my kids, they were almost taken away from me because I couldn't give them a place to stay. And I remember that night that they were taken from me. It was like a piece of me was gone. I only lost them for a day, thank God, because God knew that if I did not have my kids longer than a day, ain't no telling where my life would have been. And the night the day was took it from me, I wrote like a 10-page prayer to God, like letting him know, please just let this judge have a heart of gold. Please let him understand where I'm coming from. Please let him know that I would do anything it is, like anything, to get my kids back. And that day I went to court. Oh my gosh, my prayers was answered. The judge had a heart of gold. I had a lawyer. Her name was Douglas Wink. I would never forget her name. And she was my angel that day. And it was some things that I had to do to get my kids back, and I did it. And everything I wrote in my journal, it came true. It really, really came true.
Wow. I'm going to read this one comment because I really need for you to respond to this comment. This is from Kay. She says, I've heard some of the same things several times. Until this day, I'm told that my babies that I'm carrying now will be better off dead like the first one. It's heartbreaking. What do you say to that, Miss Ashley, to a young person, teenager?
Jesus. I'm sorry that you had to even hear something as cruel as that. You know, I'm sorry that you had to endure that. But let me tell you something. People are going to tell you the most terrible things. I mean, terrible things. And that is just terrible. And whoever told you that, I can't cuss. I can't cuss right now. But, oh boy, I had some words. But don't believe that. Do not believe that. And I'm so sorry that you went through that. I'm sorry that you had to endure that. I was told the same thing too. I was told that I was going to never be anything. But that's nothing but the enemy trying to get into your mind. And let me tell you something. Don't let that get to you, because God does not make no mistakes when he places blessings into your life. I don't care. I don't know your situation. I don't know how old you are. I would love to get to know you because I have some words. Whew, I have some words. But nobody shouldn't tell you that. That's just the enemy getting to your mind. That's just the enemy. And I'm sorry that you had endured that loss. I just want to let you know that you can reach out to me at any time. Anytime. And don't let those words get to you. Don't let them get to you. Don't let them get to you, because that person is facing their own demons and they will reap what they sow. They have to answer to God for that. And that's nothing to say in regards to a pregnancy. you prove them wrong and you flourish and you conquer all your fears. And it's okay. I have resources for you that you will prosper. And I got you. You can reach out to me anytime, during the day, anything. And I'm here for you. But don't let that get to you, because they will have to answer to God for that.
Yeah, I definitely made sure that I gave her your information, and she only like 17, like
Oh, wow.
young. Yeah, young.
Mm-hmm.
Maya says, how did you start the process of forgiving? Like, I try so hard, but it still hurts. And I just remember what people have done to me. It's a great question, Maya.
Wow. If you don't heal, I read this one quote that said, if you don't heal, that you will bleed on those who didn't even cut you. And I'm going to let you know the steps that I've taken. And it's also in my book, Healing Your Inner Queen. You have to forgive them. You will always remember, but you have to forgive them. Because if you don't, they will hold you hostage. My father was never in my life for one. Never. And when he was, he beat me every single day. I forgave the people who raped me. I forgave the man who molested me. That was in my family at that. I forgave myself for the death of my baby father. I forgave the man who beat me in a domestic violent relationship that I almost miscarried my firstborn child. You have to forgive them, and you have to let it go, because if you don't, it's going to hold you hostage. But I tell you, I was angry for so long. You wouldn't even be able to talk to me. I was angry, ready to lash out. I didn't care who I hurt in the process, because I was still hurting, because I didn't forgive nobody. You have to forgive them. Because if you don't, it will eat you up every single day. The moment that I forgave those who hurt me, I smiled more. I did things that made me happy. And I wasn't as, rough around the edges, because you wouldn't been able to talk to me at all. I was ready to lash out on you at any given chance, because I was still hurting. But sometimes you have to forgive those who hurt you, because they will always have power over you. Always. They can be walking around free, lollygagging and smiling and just happy, and you're miserable and you're unhappy. And I had to learn that the hard way. And that, for the first step in forgiveness, the one thing I've always did, and I talk about this in Healing Your Inner Queen, write a letter to those who hurt you. Because sometimes people who hurt you, they're not mature enough to tell you that they're sorry. They're a narcissist.
Narcissist. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you, Miss Joni. Thank you. They don't think that what they did to you was wrong. Yeah. They don't think that. I had people, when I actually had the courage to tell somebody that I was being molested, you know what they did? They laughed in my face and told me that I was lying. Wow. And it's amazing, because you have to. Because all my life, I never trusted a man a day in my life. It made me question who I was. It made me question, like, why am I here if nobody can protect me? Now, I know if my grandmother and my aunt was still here, they would have did something about it. One thing you always have to do, because people are not that mature, they will never tell you that they're sorry. Write a letter to them. Write a letter to them. Seal it in a bottle. Pray to God that he will help you to just forget that memory in your mind, and let that bottle go in that water and watch it flow. The flowness of the bottle is going to represent you letting it go. And I'm telling you, sis, when you let it go, your heart will feel so much better, because people just are going to battle with their own demons, their own insecurities. And you're the first person they're going to always lash out on, because you're closest to them. I know, because I have been there. You have to forgive them, because if you don't, your soul will never be at peace.
Yeah,
You have to be at peace.
that's real.
Never.
Um, Bree says, when you were going through all of this, was there anybody that was close to you that was there along the way? And if so, did that help any?
My children was, especially my firstborn. She's like my best friend because she has watched me went through a lot. You know, she has also watched me beat her father with a pan of fried chicken. That's the last time he hit me, bro. Drumsticks and grease and flour was flying everywhere, sis.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, I beat him up with I played fried chicken ball with his butt. But my children helped me along the way, especially with my second born, whose father I lost. And she used to always tell me that, Mommy, you a good mama. And she always tell me that to this day, like, I love you. You're such a great mom. And God was there with me. I had people in my life that had just came into my life that was there with me every step of the way. But I would say the one person, the people that really helped me was my children. I don't know where I would be if they wasn't here. I just thank God.
Yeah, wow. Isis says, how do you feel your view on motherly love has changed over the years? Like from your grandmother's love for you to your love for your kids?
I love her questions.
I told you, y'all.
I love it.
So deep.
Wow, how can I answer that? You know what, Isis? It took me a long time because I never had that love from my mom. And I've forgiven her too. I don't hold nothing against my mom. You know, she was 15 when she had me. You know,
Wow.
15. And I had to understand her. You know, maybe it was a time where she wasn't able to enjoy her childhood because she had to grow up so fast. And with my grandmother and my aunt, I just had to remember the love they had for me. I had to remember that my children don't deserve what I've been through. They don't deserve to endure the pain that I've been through. And like I said, I would trade in anything for my children at any given day. And I was scared. When I first found out I was pregnant with my first child, I was going to abort her. And I called Planned Parenthood. I had an appointment to abort my child because, for one, I didn't want to have my child with a man that was, you know, violent towards me. And he used to get me to do things that I didn't want to do. And that's how my child was conceived. And the moment that happened, I had a dream about her and exactly of how she looks, her smile, everything is how she turned out. You know, my child was not supposed to have been here because when she was conceived, they always say that when you're in a relationship with somebody, you can't be raped. That's not true. I didn't want to have her at first because I did not know what love was. I didn't even love myself. I didn't even love the man that I had her with. But it was a blessing as well because that was my first child, my first ever child. And she looks just like me. Same smile, same everything. And I had a dream about her. And that's what made me say, you know what? I'm going to be a good mom, no matter what nobody says. So that's what I had to remember, the love that God has for me, for one. Because if God didn't love me, like I've been said, I would have been dead a long time ago if God did not love me. Mm-hmm. You know, I would have been in a worse place if God didn't love me. So I had to remember that all that pain that I endured, it was for a reason. And I feel like this is her right now coming through the door. Yes, it is.
Hey,
you want to say
hi?
Hi.
Hey, baby girl, how you doing?
And that's
the baby. Hey, baby.
I knew it was coming. And don't she look just like me?
Just like you. You're twin for real.
Yes.
You're twin. Isis had a follow-up. She said, I noticed that you quote biblical scriptures a lot. Do you feel that they truly stemmed your love for literature? That's a great question, Isis.
Love that. Isis, I cannot wait to meet you, girl.
I told you.
You deep.
I told you.
I love it. I love it. I love it. The thing about with biblical verses is that they help me a lot throughout my journey. My favorite one that I always remember, even in my times of triumph, is for I know the plans that I have for you, plans to make you prosper. I always remember that. Every time I go through any type of triumph or obstacle, I always remember that. So I love to read, I love to write, and those biblical verses really help me along the way a lot, you know. And I thank you, Isis. I like you. I like all my Isis. You the one.
I told you. I told you. And John, that's our baby Barack.
Yes.
But it's so many comments. They going crazy asking, can we talk about these books? So tell us about your books. Tell us where we can find them, how we can purchase them. They want to also know if you want Instagram so that they can follow you on Instagram. So we need all the tea on the books right now.
Okay. So with my books, I distribute on hand. I actually found that selling on platforms is really, really stressful. Like Amazon. Let me tell you about Amazon. The reason why I left it. Okay. So I'm not even gonna do that with Amazon, you know, but they something. But I distribute on hand. Each of my books are $10. And I can be found. My Instagram is author Ashley Tate. Hold up, is it? Yes, author Ashley Tate. My Facebook is Ashley M. Tate. That's ASHLEYMTATE. I can be reached at 443-414.
Whoa, we on the live. We on the live, y'all. We on the live. I would send it to y'all. Yo, so yo. Yo,
and I would love to come to the cookout.
Yo, you is crazy. Yo just gave out all our information on the live, yo. How real is that?
I don't mind. You know, I love to talk. I love to, you know, be there for our youth. I actually I absolutely love being there. I would give y'all all the tea. You understand me? And I'm here. I got y'all like 100%. With the titles of my book is called A Spiritual Journey Guide. That was my first book I've ever written. And then is another one that's called I Promise to Never Be Broken Again. And my third book is called Healing Your Inner Queen. And it's a self-love and self-healing exercise journal book. I love journaling. So that was what gave me my passion for my books. Let me see what else. Would y'all like my email too?
I got you. I already gave it. I gave it to Kay. So yeah, so that's normally I give it to one person and they give it to everybody else. Like, yo,
awesome.
you about to,
yes, reach out.
Put the information out on the live.
Yes. She said on the live.
Like, yo, like, yeah, this about to live on YouTube. So we don't get at least like 170, 80 other people who come back and watch it. Like if they missed it for whatever reason, like, yeah, yo, you crazy, yo.
Oh, wow. I see I got a lot of Instagram follows. Yay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they will find you on Instagram. They will find you and stalk you. You will not be able.
I got you.
You would not be able to get away. So, yeah.
And I want to come to the cookout. When is the cookout?
Yo, we gotta plan it.
Okay.
Rock gonna be in charge of that, so he gonna make sure everybody that's invited get their invitation. I see some DMs coming in on my phone, y'all. Anybody that want Miss Ashley information, hit up Kay, yo. She got her number, she got her Instagram, and she got her email directly. So hit her up and she gonna share it with you.
Yes, I'm here. I'm definitely here.
Doing you, Ashley. You done started something.
Oh yes, I love it. I love to definitely help the youth. I just wish that, it was programs out here like yours, like, with HeartSmiles Maryland, that actually care about the youth. Because maybe I wouldn't be as rugged around the edges as I am now. But I thank God.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely needed that.
Yes.
Kay also said, this is kind of deep. She said, with things that me and my baby father go through, I'm told that if he hurts me and he so-called love me, then he'll hurt my babies too. So can you give any advice on how to deal with that type of situation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. She said, with the things that me and my baby father go through, I'm told that if he hurts me, then he so-called loves me and he'll hurt my babies too. How did you deal with that, and what advice are you able to give?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's serious.
Wow. I just want to first off by say this, that love does not hurt. It does not hurt. It doesn't leave you bruised. It doesn't leave you broken. Any man that tells you, this is what my baby father used to always say. He used to say, because I love you, that's why I put my hands on you. He used to always tell me that. And like I said, I played fried chicken ball with him the last time he hit me, okay? Let me tell you something, that is not love. I don't care if you have children with him or not. That is not love. You need to leave that relationship. Who I want to cuss.
Yo, I feel you. I know. They almost caught me slipping earlier on the last Sunday.
I'm trying to be professional. I possibly think I'm on YouTube Live. I'm trying to be professional. Reach out to me because I got a lot of things to share with you. Please reach out to me. That is not love. Do not ever believe that. Statistics show that whenever a man puts his hands on you, he would put his hands on your children too. I from that too. My mother and my father was in the same relationship that I was in with my baby father, and that's how he beat me. Always, like every day. It was times where I didn't even do nothing wrong. He'll come home and beat me up, for nothing. And I actually watched my father put his hands on other women too, a lot. That's not love, okay? Because eventually, I'm sorry to say this, I'm gonna be as real as I can. We die by the hands of those who claim they love us. You never want to put yourself in a predicament where you have to, it's either you or him, okay? I could have killed my baby father with that fried chicken. You got to decide it's either you or him. You have to decide because statistics show we die. It can be a time where he might beat you senseless and you might die. That's not love. And I'm sorry for being as blunt as I am, but that's my baby father almost choked me to death in front of my child. Let me remind you, in front of my daughter. And that's why he got burned really badly. I don't even think he likes drumsticks no more. I don't know. But I don't even think he likes drumsticks no more. So please reach out to me as I got a lot of stuff to share with you, baby. That's not love. You don't want to put yourself in that predicament where you got to protect yourself and you do something that you're going to later on regret. I've been there, I've been there. So you don't want to put yourself through that predicament because 9 times out of 10, he would either kill you or beat your kid. And that's as real as I can go. So reach out to me, baby. I got a lot of stuff to share with you. And I'm here for you. We can bank him. We can do whatever. Period. Period. And bank him.
Yo, you is crazy, yo. Your girl Isis came back, man. She said, have you ever written a book about forgiveness? And if so, what chapters would you include and why? Like, what those chapters mean to you?
Oh wow. I love you, Isis.
I'm trying to tell you.
I like you. I like you a lot. And healing your inner queen, I talk about that a lot. I talk about, the power of forgiveness and heal. I talk about that a lot in my books, a lot, because that's what actually helped me along the journey of my way. And like I said, you have to forgive, because if you don't forgive, like I said, your soul will be held captive for a long, long time. Let me see. I'm almost 30 years old. My birthday is August the 2nd. I'm almost 30. It took me last year to forgive. So if you can remember, from 12 to 29 years old, I had a lot of rage, a lot of it. You have to forgive them. And I talk about that a lot in all my books, because it's very important to forgive. Because if you ever want to receive the blessings that God has for you, you have to forgive. If you do not forgive, like I said, your soul will be held captive. And I talk about that, especially in Healing Your Inner Queen. I wrote a letter to my old self a lot. I wrote a lot. And it's also an exercise in my book. It's called The Naked Truth. I call it The Naked Truth because I used to stand in front of a mirror and I used to just look at myself and just I used to cry all the time. And I told myself, I forgive you. I forgive those who have hurt you. I forgive those who have stared you down. Give me my nail polish. I'm like, you got to forgive. See?
Hey, baby.
And if I... And also...
Yeah, we on the success sessions. Hop on here with us. Yeah, make your YouTube. Chaos Smoothies got a smoothie for you. She did.
Yeah, so I had to forgive Isis, and you got to forgive them for you, not for them, but for you. You have to, and that's the most important thing that you always got to remember, baby. You got to forgive. I talk about that a lot in all my books. I'm still in the verge of forgiving a lot of people, because like I said, sometimes you would never forget. You would never forget. I was raped on Park Heights Avenue when I was 13 years old. And let me tell you about the power of forgiveness. That night that I was raped, I went home and I had so much envy in my heart that I wanted to do some things, some bad things. And I said, you know what? I forgive them, because like I said, anybody who does you wrong or battling with their own demons, their own insecurities, and their own problems. So that night that I forgave them, I ain't do it. Please let me, please. I put this on my kids. I ain't had nothing to do with it. Each and every one of the men that had raped me, they died. Wow. What? And there was 5 of them. I was gang raped. I was gang raped when I was like 12, 13 years old. That's when I had officially lost my virginity. And sometimes I had nothing to do with it. So, you have to forgive, because you know what? God will handle every situation that you have ever been through in ways that you don't even have to. When you leave it to God, you find peace in your heart, and God will make sure that everybody who has ever hurt you, they will reap what they sow. I believe in that a lot. So you have to. I like you, Isis.
Man, I'm telling you, Isis is the truth. We never, ever, ever have enough time for these types of conversations. Like, man,
I could all day.
Shoot. I know, right? It's crazy. And Isis was saying about Do More. She says, have you ever heard about Do More? She said it's a poetry place on North Avenue, and they speak literature about like domestic violence and stuff. She said she thinks that you would enjoy that.
Oh, I would love to. I would love to. I love North Avenue too. I've had some memories at North Avenue. I've had some memories. I would love to, though. Reach out to me.
Absolutely. So, here's what I want to do. So anybody that's watching this live now, this don't apply if you're watching the rerun later on. If you're watching this live now and you want Miss Ashley's book, hit me up. I'm gonna get you Miss Ashley's book, and that's just how we're gonna do that for today. So y'all make sure y'all hit me up. Again, this do not apply if you're watching the rerun. So it's about 11:54 a.m. right now. Yo, if I don't have your order by 12:30, consider this null and invalid offer. Only now, people that's on now, you can get that book.
But I'm still here.
Yeah, but she's still there. You just had to buy your own. That just means it ain't gonna be on my tab.
Buy y'all.
Yeah, you just buy your own. It ain't gonna be on my tab. So if I could have one responsible person get all the orders together for me, that would be great. I would just need names or whatever. And then, y'all look at the books and see what books y'all want and make a list of the books y'all want. And that's how we gonna do that. So, Miss Ashley, I gotta ask you this one last question. This is the final question we ask all of our guests, and that is, what is your jewel for today? If you had to leave us with one thing, what would you leave us with?
Jesus, please. I'm sorry for the music in the background. If I would just leave y'all with just this one thing. Always follow your dreams and never listen to the enemy. The enemy wants to see us fail. The enemy wants us to question ourselves. The enemy will do anything in the world to steer you in the wrong direction. Another thing I will always want to tell y'all is follow your dreams. Believe in the power of manifestation. Manifestations are very, very powerful. Manifest in your journey. Another thing I would tell y'all is to don't pay attention to that. To forget about your past and move on. Don't let your past hold you hostage. Like I said, I had my past held me hostage from 12 to 29 years old. Never let your past hold you hostage. And the power of forgiveness is so important in your healing journey. Forgive them. For you, okay, what was the one verse? Forgive them, Father, for they do not know what they do. Forgive them. And you have to move on, because you don't never want to let your soul be held hostage for a long time. Forgive them for you, but not for them. And I love y'all, and I'm here, and I'll see y'all at the cookout.
Hey, thank you so much, Miss Ashley. Hey, yes. I saw Chaos Smoothie's message first, so she's going to be the one to get all the book orders together for us and make sure that we get those from Miss Ashley. Thank you so much for today. Now I see why we had all this trouble, because full transparency, we had to reschedule you from last month because we had Dougie Fresh come on, and then the day you were having some stuff, so we might have had to cancel today, but you worked some things out, and I'm so glad that you did, because this was so needed. And you got so many comments in here on people saying, I'm so glad that this was today because I really needed this. So thank you.
No problem. I'm here for y'all. I'm here. Anytime.
Oh, they gonna be on your nerves?
Call me.
They about to be right in your DMs, on your nerves. Thank you so very much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you back again for sure.
Yes, thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Y'all, was that not powerful or what? Like, yo, Miss Ashley is the best, absolute best. I appreciate all the great questions and comments. Like, y'all would make the conversation even more real. So I just appreciate being able to have real people like that. So thank you so much, Chaos Smoothies, for taking care of the book orders for me. I'm gonna get those book orders in for y'all. So we'll be right back in like 1 minute, right at 12 with Miss Mo, y'all. Hey, yo, we right back with Miss Money Mo. Had a great fire conversation with Miss Ashley, man. There she go.
Hey,
What's up, Miss Money Mo?
how are you?
How you doing today? I'm good, blessed, can't complain at all. How you doing today on this good Tuesday?
I'm good. I'm good. It's Tuesday. Just
It's
Tuesday.
Tuesday, man. What you
Yeah.
got for us? Dollar bills or change?
I'm never going to answer your question. If you notice, every time that you ask that, I don't answer it.
Listen, I just want to know you got to have the dollar bills because the day King Core birthday, yo.
Happy birthday, Corey.
Yo,
Yes.
yes, yo.
Happy
My
birthday.
man's is the big 18, yo.
Oh, 18.
The big baby.
18. Happy birthday. I hope that you're having a really good day. And that people are celebrating you. Did y'all sing? Oh yeah, y'all did sing. Because I saw like I tuned in this morning for like a few minutes and I saw Simone singing, but I saw you trying to play the song. I didn't know it was.
Yeah, yo. We had to turn up for my man's real quick. We had to turn up. Um, Cam, you could get addresses too, because I think I heard her say that she do her own shipping. So I want to make it as easy as possible for her. So I need um the name, the heartbeat name, their address, what book they want. So I can just make it nice and simple for her.
Praise the Lord. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
you
I
know
had a
how
good
we do.
session at 11.
Huh?
So y'all had a good session at 10 and 11.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Miss Simone always just bring the heat. So like, that's just a no-brainer. But yeah, Miss Ashley was really, really good. Like her
Yeah.
story was just so powerful, so amazing. So yeah, and they won our book.
Yes, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I
So
saw that coming. I saw that coming. She's an author, so
I'm like, okay, let's get the book.
gotta
Uh
support it.
Kamaya success session, she gotta leave. She gotta go to class. But she was like, yo, can somebody please tell Miss Mo hey for me?
Hey,
Yeah.
honey, even though you're not here right now, how you doing?
I know, man. She still got the best name, yo. Kamaya Success
She
Sessions.
wins.
Yo, I love it, yo.
She wins. She's first place with the names.
First place with the name. Absolutely.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing today?
Man, we good, man. This good old Tuesday.
Yes, you ready?
Yeah, man, I'm ready. We got did I tell you we got a special session today too? Dr. Josh. He coming on at 2:30. So he gonna be cutting into our lunch, y'all.
A few weeks ago, you wasn't even talking about nobody's lunch.
I know, right? But no, not really. That would have been because we don't have Miss Caitlin on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So technically he would be in Miss Caitlin's spot. So yeah, I'm excited about that.
That'll be cool. That'll be real cool.
Yo, movies? Okay.
Yeah, movies. You can go first. There you go. So today's question, y'all, what are your top 2 favorite movies? Of like, I want to say like of all time, or it can just be right now, but probably of all time.
Well, my top two of all time is going to be Love and Basketball and Dreamgirls.
Yes, Dream Girls. That's one of my favorites too. Okay, well, no, it is okay. Yes, Dream Girls. I love the movie Dream Girls.
Yes, but I love Marvel movies though. But
Mm.
if I had to like absolutely pick, I like yes, Love and Basketball, Dreamgirls.
Wow, I had 2 movies ready because I was like, obviously, I saw the question before y'all did. And so I had 2 movies ready, and then you said Dreamgirls, and I forgot that Dreamgirls is one of my, like, it's okay. I'm still going to say the ones that I had, but it's fine. So my favorite two are The Great Debaters and Freedom Writers, which are like, which makes sense because I feel like my favorite type of movie is like probably a musical, like a Hairspray and Dreamgirls and all of that, like all the singing and dancing throughout. I love those. But like my second favorite category is probably like historical based. So not necessarily documentaries like where everything is true, but like based off of true stories. I like those. So yeah. Um oh, Coach Carter is a good one. Hey Shalal. So Shalal said American Sniper and Coach Carter. My father loves American Sniper too. He will literally watch it all day on repeat. And I don't, it's boring to me. Hey Bree. Bree said ATL and To All the Boys I Loved Before. I still haven't watched ATL used to be my favorite movie a long time ago. It used to be my every day. I used to watch ATL every single day. And then To All the Boys I Loved Before, I haven't watched that one yet, but I heard it was real good. That one's on Netflix, I think. The Parent Trap and Inside Out. Yeah, John, I love those movies too. Inside Out is really cute. Like I like the way that they talk about certain topics. And then The Parent Trap, love The Parent Trap. That's a classic one. Amaya said Cry Baby. Okay. I don't think I've seen Cry Baby. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I ain't never seen that. Freedom, yes, Cam. She loves Freedom Riders too. I love that movie. So you said you never heard of. All right. So The Great Debaters are based off of it's based off of a debate team at like a smaller college, and like basically their journey. So there was like a professor and he came to teach at the college, played by Denzel Washington, and he like basically like built up their debate team, and it's about like just their different like individual journeys and their team journey of like debating like the white debate teams at the time. And then Freedom Riders is about a teacher who goes into to a California high school. I think it's California. And they have a lot of like race issues. They have a lot of just like, it's a lot of things going on in their schools, or in that particular school. And so it's about like watching her journey as a teacher, but also like how the students like hate her at first. They hate everything that she's about or whatever, but then they start loving one another as a result of her being their teacher. So yeah, I love both of those movies. And what did Bree say again? Oh, ATL. Yeah, you see ATL with T.I. and Lauren London. And okay. But that's cool. Zombie movies. When they said zombie movies, oh no, you can have that, Lene. I'm good. I'm good off of that. Cam said ATL and Drumline. Drumline. I've probably seen that movie. I used to be able to like say the lines with that movie. I saw that movie a lot. Step Up, yes, John. Step Up is a good movie. It gets bad though around the third movie. Step Up 1 and Step Up 2, they okay. But Step Up 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, they are not okay. Kev said, hold up, Miss Joni, you watch movies. ATL and Brotherly Love, those are cool. Ooh, Moonlight is a really good movie. Moonlight is a really, really, really good movie. Hey Isis, hey Kay, you were supposed to message me about, because I like your idea for your the projects that you were talking about yesterday. So make sure that you that we talk so we can do that, so you can do that, because I love that idea. I was reading the comments from yesterday and saw that you said that you wanted to do that. So make sure you we talk about that. But yeah, y'all, thank you for sharing your movies. So if you haven't seen each other's movies, go watch them. Not like all in one day, but like go watch them every now and then. All right, so we're just gonna continue the conversation from yesterday, really, because I feel like Um, y'all were saying some really good things in the comments. You always say really good things in the comments, but in particular, yesterday you were giving like specific examples, some of you, with phrases that you've heard. And I thought that that was one, really brave for people to share kind of the phrases that they've heard from, maybe manipulators that they've been, in contact with. But also, just y'all inspired today's session, because we're going to talk about like some of the phrases that y'all said and that y'all put in the comments, and kind of like how to respond to them. So yeah, we're going to just review the signs of the manipulation that we talked about yesterday, and then we're going to go through those particular phrases, and talk about what we can do when we hear those type of things or come in contact with those type of things. So signs of manipulation, we talked mainly about like 6 of them. So, excuse me, if you're being manipulated, you may experience that constant feeling of guilt and obligation. Strings are likely almost all of the time attached to whatever the request or thing may be. People may use the foot in the door technique, so asking for something smaller so that they can achieve like a larger purpose. So the example that was used yesterday was like asking you if you have time to do something, and then just going all the way left with whatever you're trying to request of that person's time. And then the door in the face technique, so asking for $1 million when you really want 20. The idea is like getting a no to the first request. That way the second request seems much more reasonable. And then playing victim. Manipulators love to play the blame game, love to play that victim role. And then gaslighting, when your manipulator makes you feel like you are insane and makes you feel like you are crazy. Lying, cheating, denying, all of that. So those are the signs that we talked about. Now, these are some of the phrases that y'all put in the comments yesterday. So this is them as an overview. We're gonna go through each one of them. So things like I'm going to change, and a couple of them are broken up just into smaller phrases, but that should capture like most of the comments from yesterday. I'm going to change. I'm sorry, it was a mistake. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I'm on a journey for change. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm working on it. I love you. I'm going to do better. I cheated because I thought you were cheating. I didn't mean to. Just give me time to fix this, and then I didn't mean to hit you. So yeah, we're just gonna get right into these particular phrases, what people may mean by them, and then what you can do like in response to them. So yeah. The first one, I'm going to change. So what you can do in response to this, if you find necessary, and of course, Ms. Joni, as always, feel free to hop in whenever. Ask them how they're going to change and what are the steps. Like, people love to say like, I'm going to change or I'll do better or whatever, but then you don't see it. So you can say like, how will you change? What are your actual steps? What's the first step? What's the second one? What's the third one? So on and so forth. And then when can I expect this change? So like what's that time limit that you're giving yourself? And then in certain cases, depending on like if this is the first time that this person is saying like I'm going to change, depending, you can say like, how can I support you? So maybe you can help them, or assist them in some way, shape, or form. But this is like the third time, the second time, the fourth time, and you can get rid of that last one. So the how can I support you kind of thing, you can kind of like, depending on what the situation is, you can get rid of it in certain situations. So yeah, that I'm going to change phrase. I'm sorry, it was a mistake. So this one has I'm sorry at the beginning of it. And then the next one has I'm sorry at the beginning of it as well. So you have to determine if that was actually a mistake. A mistake happens when someone like clearly did not know what was going on. Like they clearly were just like they misunderstood, they were misguided, you know, something like that. And if this person has done this before, it wasn't a mistake. It was a conscious like decision as to, you know, whatever they did. And then apologies come with change behavior. So if they're constantly apologizing for something, you should see, as a result of that apology, you should see that change behavior or that different behavior. And if you don't see it, then they're not really truly sorry. It's just more of a phrase that gets you to kind of be in that manipulated space. So like, because if you hear I'm sorry, or if someone apologizes to you, automatically you're like, oh yeah, dang, like maybe they are sorry, maybe they really didn't mean to do it. And in some cases, some people really didn't mean to do it, but in some cases they did mean to do it. So determine if it was actually a mistake. So this question is two-sided. So it says, describe a time when you truly made a mistake. And then on the flip side, like you can describe a time where you recognize like that somebody, like they said that they made a mistake, but it actually wasn't a mistake. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. So describe a time when you truly made a mistake, and then describe a time where you basically caught somebody lying, like saying that they made a mistake when they actually didn't. So yeah, as far as describing a time where I truly made a mistake, I don't have a specific example like right now. I can like say in general, like I make mistakes a lot of times because like my intentions are like good, and like I think that one thing is one way, but then it's not. So like my intentions are good, but then it actually like backfires on me. So that's kind of like a lot of situations where I make a mistake. And then like sometimes I just miss stuff. Like maybe somebody like sent me like a message or something, and I do this sometimes. Like I'll respond, like I'll open a message and then I'll respond in my head, but I don't actually respond to the message. Sometimes it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen often, but like sometimes I'll respond in my head and then I don't actually respond to the message, and then that's truly a mistake. Like I really don't mean to do it. Sometimes it's moving too fast, but yeah, Shalom about to come for me. If he's still here, he about to come for me. But yeah, Miss Jody, describe a time when you truly made a mistake.
Yo, I make mistakes all the time. That's why this is a little tough. Like, I mean, I'm always making mistakes. I guess I can probably say yesterday for real. Like like I made a mistake when we were doing something that had to do with the youth work situation and with our healing center situation or something like that. And somehow away, I think I was reading one document, thought that it was another document. So I had sent Miss Emma a message, and it was just like completely wrong. And she's just like, "What are you talking about?" And I had sent her a screenshot, and then that's when she had corrected me. It was like, "No, that's because this is for this," and I'm just like, "Yo, my bad." But I got so much going on that it's like at this point, mistakes are inevitable, and that's even more reason why it's so crucial to have good people around me who can help minimize some of that.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that specific example. I love it. So Let me see, because I was starting
You see Bree comment? Because she had me rolling. That's why I was laughing.
what did she say? Where is it?
She gonna say when someone said they kissed someone by accident, but I knew it was a lie because how? Hey yo, I'm over here thinking about honest mistakes, and y'all over here talking.
I love that one. That one wins. That one wins so far because that is hilarious. No, people really out here. Brie, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Because that's is she said when someone said they kissed someone by accident, but I knew it was a lie because how? Exactly. Because how? You don't fall onto somebody's face, they don't fall onto you. Absolutely. Thank you, Bree, for sharing. um Isis said, hey Isis, I said no experience is a bad experience. Analyze it, put it into perspective, learn from it. Moonlight is a great movie to analyze. They captivate the concept of mistakes. Um, so yeah. They definitely Moonlight is definitely a movie like that you have to like sit down with and like think about it and analyze like what is actually happening. Um, John said, I truly made a mistake one time in my past by trying to get two of my good friends to be in each other's good graces again, but turned out to be a disaster and somewhat worse. Yeah. And John, that's like that's kind of alluding to what I was saying about like the intentions, because maybe in your head, and I don't know, I'm not in your head, but from what it sounds like, maybe in your head you thought that it was, a good thing that you were doing, like trying to get them to talk to each other and trying to get them to be on good terms with one another. But then you found out like you can't make people get along with each other all the time. So yeah. Here he go. Yeah, he's still here. He said, yeah, she do that to me all the time. I do. It's fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Shalom. I love you. I love you. Da, 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 da. And then Bree said, I made a mistake when I accidentally texted my ex, truly honestly by accident, but they didn't think it was an this is an accident. Bree, you um um it's you are coming in with the fire examples today. All right, so Bree, I'm curious as to, so like y'all know like sometimes when you and I know everybody's done this. Don't try to say that you haven't done it. When you screenshot somebody's messages to send to somebody else, but then you end up sending it to the person, or you end up sending it to the wrong person. So like that's kind of what. So maybe I wonder if you like when that happened, where you like thinking of that person and you like sent it to them by accident. Because I've definitely done something similar as far as like the screenshots. I was like, ooh, wow, that's like the worst. That's the worst ever. Cam said, when I messed up one of Miss Mo's smoothies for Saturday, but remade it and she had misread the order. Yeah, so let me talk about that real quick. Let me pause. So Cam, it absolutely happened. I will say absolutely happened. And basically like it was an immunity smoothie instead of like not in a regular one. And my friend had wanted a regular one. When I tell you Cam has like really good customer service, she has really good customer service, y'all. We talk about KRS smoothies all the time, but she really does have good customer service, because I was outside so I couldn't get to my phone. So I had responded to her like an hour later when she had asked me a question, and she still remade the smoothie on time and in time. And I had to like come early for delivery also. So yeah, she has real good customer service, y'all. Make sure y'all get y'all smoothies. I think she's doing deliveries again this weekend. So maybe it might be not be this weekend, it might be next weekend. But either way, get y'all smoothies. Um So yeah. Uh, Bree, what? I'm gonna let you because we all I was trying to send it to my sister to talk smack and I sent it to her. Oh, Bree, it's okay, sweetheart. It's all right. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. So yeah, y'all. Thank you for sharing when y'all when we like made like true mistakes. Have y'all ever caught anybody like basically in a lie? So has somebody told you that something was a mistake and you could clearly see that it was not a mistake? Has that ever happened to you, Miss Jones?
Yeah, absolutely. Yo, people will try it all the time. But sometimes like I'm that person where as though if I know something, I don't even necessarily have to let you know that I know. Like go like just go ahead, do whatever it is that you want to do. Let me see how you really move. So that way I can determine how I need to treat you. Yeah.
Like that approach. Um, I've had responses like so I've responded in that way before, but I've also responded in a way that wasn't wasn't as calm. That involved a bunch of yelling and choice words and all that. And so like I don't know, just being aware of like especially if the person is close to you, like being aware of hopefully if the person is close to you, they won't be lying to you like that. But if you deem that person as a person that's close to you, then you have to be able to kind of determine if they're lying to you or not. And then you have to determine how you're going to respond to that. Whether it may be like a calm response, a not so calm response, but either way, you want to convey your feelings and you probably want to convey that that is not right that they did that to you. So, yeah. Um, so next phrase, y'all. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. So going with the apologies, apologies always come with change. Well, they should come with change behavior. So if somebody's saying I'm sorry to you, the next time that a similar situation is presented, they need to react differently. And then did they do it again? Like if they said like I'm sorry, I won't do it again, and then next week they do it again, that's an issue. And then the second time that they do it, they say, all right, I'm sorry, I was just playing. I'm not going to do it again the next time. And they still continue to do it. That's an issue also. So just be aware of that. I'm on a journey for change. Where are you going? And what is your destination? What does that even mean? And like, for real, like ask them, like, what does that mean? What is a journey for change? What does that look like? Again, what are the steps? How are you measuring your progress to whatever destination that you have? And in certain situations, how can I support you? I say that just because, like, maybe somebody really is making a change. And if they are, you don't want to shoot it down if they are like actively making change in their life. But if it's coming from a perspective of manipulation, bump the how can I support you? So yeah. Um I'm working on it. So, do you see this person actively working on it, or yeah, these people? Are they making the same mistakes over and over again? And do they say this so that you will excuse their behavior? So, is it like a distraction? So, like, so people love to say I'm working on it because in theory, when you say that, you should be working on it. You should be making steps to do whatever you say that you're going to do. And most of the time with like in manipulating situations, like you have some type of trust in that person. So when they say I'm working on it, you trust that they're working on it. And it's a lot of manipulators will use it as a distraction so that you don't really check up on them because you took their word for it. But yeah, sometimes they just excusing what they're doing. I love you. All right, so the I love you. Um, people first, I want to say people really do love you, and you absolutely can love people. I'm not saying in all situations when people say this, they're trying to manipulate you, because that is absolutely not true. Um, but definitely, again, people can use this as a distraction. And love is not a word that you just use. Love is not an idea. Love is shown typically through actions. So like love and actions are like this, they're tight. So if somebody's saying they love you, you should be able to see it in their behavior, in their actions, in their like everyday. And people that love you respect your boundaries, they make efforts to understand you, and they complement your life. So they don't define your life, they don't define your purpose, but they add value to your life and they complement you well. Um, so just being aware of that. And then in response to people that say that they love you, but still out here acting foolish, you can be like, if you love me, you would not cheat on me. You would not lay your hands on me. You would not be acting like you're single. You would not hide me. And by you would not hide me, some people like you're so people choose to have public like relationships and people choose to have private relationships. I think, whatever works for you is fine. But in that situation where like you're noticing like they don't want you to hang around nobody, they don't want you to be seen by anybody ever, like ever, like to the point where like you can't go to the store with me type of things, you can't go like anywhere with me, you can't ride in my car, you can't. So just a long laundry list of stuff. Definitely have a private relationship if that's for you, but that's just that's just too much. That's a lot. So yeah, that happens a lot. And that can be a sign, especially like at the 15, like 16, 17 year, where people are constantly hanging out with their friends. And you notice like your boyfriend or your girlfriend or whatever is like going out with their friends or being around other people and you can't come ever. Like you can't come ever. That's an issue. Um and then if you love me, you would value my presence in your life. You would just acknowledge me. You would just, be show me that you do. So yeah, these are just like things that you can say in response and things that you can tell yourself. Like if that person loved you, and these are more like relationship responses, but definitely people that are not you're not necessarily in relationships with tell you that they love you to manipulate you. So whether that may be somebody that's taking care of you or like a cousin or um family members or maybe your friends as well, like people will say that they love you and just completely do the opposite. So if your friend tells you that she loves you or that he loves you and still talking about you, still talking bad on your name, still being negative, still doing all these things, check that love. Check that love. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing over here? I'm gonna have to read these. So yeah. I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do better. So, what is the definition of better? And what do you think better looks like in this situation? So, identify whatever situation it is. See what, identify whatever situation it is and make sure that their definition of better is actually better. And not just like some manipulated version of what's currently already happening. So if they say something like, I will, be more attentive to you or something like that, and they're not doing that, then yeah, you have to define what better is. So I cheated because I thought you were cheating. Y'all words, not mine. And I think that you should respond to this by just just leave. Just see your way out. Like there's really no, yeah, just see your way out, because this doesn't make any sense. This particular phrase does not make any sense. They're definitely just, yeah, the whole "I cheated because I thought you were cheating," that's stupid. I don't really have anything else to say to that, but that's stupid. So don't let people tell you this, because this is like, yeah. And whoever said this yesterday, I hope that you're no longer involved with that person, because that's stupid. Um, but yeah. What you say? Oh, I thought you were saying something. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I didn't mean to. This is going back to asking what their intentions were, because you can determine if they really didn't mean to or not. And everybody, and just recognizing in all these situations, everybody has the power to make their own decisions and to make certain choices. So just like everybody has that power, nobody's stripping that power away from you, in most situations. So just being aware of what that is. Just give me time to fix this. So make sure, when people say just give me time, all right, 2 months, get it together, 2 weeks, a day, put a time frame on whatever it is. Like, ain't no indefinite amount of time that you have, especially when it's just like a manipulative situation. Ain't no yeah, just give me time, and then we are 5 years later, and it ain't fixed. So make sure that y'all have a discussion, whatever capacity the relationship may be in. Have a discussion like, okay, what is a reasonable amount of time for you to fix whatever this particular thing is? Excuse me. And then yeah, fix it. And if that time comes and there's no change, see your way out. So if you put that time frame on that, and somebody who loves you and values you and cares about you as a person, if that time frame is that, if that's something that y'all discuss, if that's something that y'all labeled it, as or whatever, and let's say it is that 2 months, 2 months comes, that next day we had an agreement. Basically, we had a contract. You broke the contract, time to go. So just be aware of the giving me time, because this is not an indefinite amount of time. And then the last phrase that we're gonna talk about, I didn't mean to hit you. So whenever somebody says this, they definitely meant to. Um, Kind of just a lighter example, kind of when Bree was saying like, that person ain't mean to kiss the person or something like that. Like nobody is forcing anybody to lay hands on anybody else. So in this particular case, immediately seek a safe place and or a safe person to get support. And then listen to the trusted individuals in your life. The reason that one is on there is because, and again, emphasis on the trusted individuals, not just people that's just out here just trying to do whatever they're trying to do, but listen to the trusted individuals in your life. Basically, like if people can see, especially people that care about you, truly care about you, truly love you, they can see kind of when you're in trouble or see when you're in danger. And so if they're telling you things like, I really think that it's time for you to go, like asking you a bunch of questions, telling you that they don't really trust that person, Again, you have to be able to decipher the difference, because some people, your friends will tell you stuff just to mess up your whatever you're in. But in this particular situation where they can see that you're in danger, trust that they are telling, like, trust that they love you and care about you enough to tell you kind of what to get out of. So yeah. um, so Ms. Joni, do you have anything, any of the phrases that we kind of talked about? Do you have any kind of responses that people could do, or any kind of tips as far as people like see these phrases? I'm gonna pull them all up. I'm gonna go back.
All right, yeah. Put these up so I can see this, because they got me going crazy in these comments, man. They is crazy. But let me say this, because this was I was in the middle of responding to before you asked me this about Isa said grown is not your circumstances or age, it's your mindset. I definitely agree to a certain extent. Like grown is definitely not your circumstance or your age, but it's also a difference. Like it's not necessarily your mindset either, because you can have a growth mindset and have all these great ideas and have this great foundation in terms of your mindset, but still not necessarily be grown. When people in our culture, when we use the word grown, like we mean it a little differently from the dictionary textbook. So I don't want y'all to look at my comments and to take it completely all the way out of context. Part of it is us just having fun, but then part of it is like dealing with the real situation. So in our culture, when a Black person say grown, we mean taking care of yourself in terms of you having your own apartment or house, you having your own transportation or whatever that situation is, and you basically being financially independent 100%. Like that's what we describe as grown. And 9 times out of 10, a person, and this is not to down anybody, y'all, I'm just explaining this. A person that's still living under somebody else's roof, like technically, like you just really kind of not grown by our culture standards. But it's not to say that you won't ever get there or you won't be there, because that's what we all work towards, like that type of independence, and that type of freedom just overall in our lives. But I do absolutely believe that you can have this growth mindset at a young age. There are kids who are 12 and 13-year-olds that I work with who are wise beyond their years, so intelligent, so smart, growth mindset all day long. But would I call them grown? Absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. I would not call them grown. And again, I don't mean textbook Webster definition of grown. I mean Black culture grown. So that's it, y'all. Y'all ain't got to get all for real and all uptight and all that. Like, yo, we still just kind of having fun with this. Poet, I know you are amazing. We know you 18, baby girl. Still ain't grown. I appreciate everything that you doing. I know that you out here killing the game. But y'all, that's it, man. That's it. Now, your question for me, Miss Mo, what's your question for me?
Anything that you have that could be a response to any of these statements, or just a general response, or anything that you feel that was left out of, what we talked about, or anything like that.
Mm, no, I mean, I feel like you covered most of it a lot. Um, my thing is when it comes to this type of stuff, like I'm always an action oriented type person. So like a person can be saying all that they want to say for days and days and days, waste all their spit, be completely dehydrated and out of breath, trying to tell me whatever it is that they're going to tell me. I'm going to watch and see what you did and watch and see what you do and see how you move. One thing that I do, and this is with everybody, I give everybody space and opportunity to do whatever it is that they want to do. And sometimes it puts me in a bad position because it means I got to be vulnerable. It means I got to put myself in a space where somebody could potentially hurt me, potentially use me, potentially get over on me. Like, but if you don't put yourself in those positions, then you'll never know who that true person is and who they dealing with. Now, of course, I don't be stupid about it. I'm not going to let somebody damage me or hurt me to a place where I can't come back from. But I'm going to trust you with the space and opportunity to do whatever it is that you want to do, because I want to see who the real person is until you give me reason not to trust you. Then that's when I got to treat you according to my knowledge of you. I got to treat you according to your actions. And that's why some people will have a different version of Midjourney in terms of how I'm treating you, what I'm doing for you, what type of favors I'm going to do, and all that versus somebody else, because it's all about what did you do with that space that I gave you. And even in the workplace, like when I had people working under me, I didn't handcuff my supervisors at all. I didn't dictate to my supervisors how they needed to run their teams or how they needed to run their stores or whatever like that. No, I just told them what I wanted, what the outcome should be, and then gave them all the space and opportunity to manage that situation. And if something was wrong or it didn't go right, then we talked through that. But I believe that you truly have to allow people to show you who they are. And that's it. And then you just go from there.
Yeah, that actions piece is really just like the strongest thing. So thank you, Miss Joni, for sharing that and saying like, yeah, you just gotta give people the space and opportunity sometimes and see what they do. Um, so yeah, y'all, like, don't some of these phrases you'll hear throughout your life, unfortunately. And you just have to know how to respond to them and like kind of how to know when to see your way out and how to know like people's like clear intentions. Um, so yesterday I had said this, but just be aware, like, it's not always you. Like, it's not always you. You're not always the one being manipulated. Sometimes, especially on that subconscious tip, sometimes you are the manipulator. Whether it's just something like what you may deem as small, like a little lie that you may have told, or things like that. Like, it could be something that you deem as small, but recognize that you can be the one being manipulated and you can be the manipulator. You're not blocked off from either one of them. But if you are the manipulator, if you think that you are being the manipulator in the situation, identify and name your behavior. So those may sound like the same thing, like identify and name it, but like you have to be aware of that is happening and that you are the manipulator, and then you have to be able to determine what you are doing and what the action is that you are doing that makes you a manipulator. Um so be aware of it and name it. And then stop yourself before the behavior happens. So once you know what the behavior is, once you have named the behavior, you know the signs as to like what you do when you're about to, do that particular action. So stop it before it even happens. Like, get it at the door. So take that responsibility. Think before you speak. Don't just be ripping off, at your mouth. Just like think before you speak. um Listen more than you speak. And then don't expect things in return for whatever you're doing. Do things with pure intentions. Do things because you truly believe in the thing, because you truly care about the thing. Don't try to live your life kind of like that. Like, don't expect all of these extravagant things in return for what you put into this world. And then if you are being manipulated, so if you're being manipulated, um actually no, I'm gonna pause because I just remember John has said something important that I wanted to read, but about people who say that they I didn't mean to hit you. But John said, okay, physical altercations are not acceptable under any circumstances. No apology. Get out and fast before you fall into the trap. And then it becomes repetition. So definitely, John, with that particular statement, I absolutely agree. Like, it shouldn't be nobody like forcefully laying anybody's hands on you. So yeah, get out and get out fast. I like that. Get out and get out fast. And if you don't know how to get out, please, please, please reach out to, you know, a supportive person that can kind of get you connections to resources. Um, so yeah. And then, like I said, if you are the one being manipulated, um, communicate with your manipulator. So in this particular case, because I remember yesterday the situation we were talking about, like, what if you manipulate someone, like basically for a good reason, and are they like good and bad manipulators? If your immediate safety is in danger, again, you can kind of get over that particular step as far as communicating with your manipulator. But if it's like a behavior that can be addressed, like if you have a person that's saying like one of those phrases like I won't do it again or something like that, and they do it again, say that that's not acceptable. Say that you already said that you weren't going to do it again. What's up? Why'd you do it? Be in position to have those conversations. That way you become a better person, and hopefully by addressing that behavior, that particular person becomes better and aware. um, know that you are not responsible for that behavior. You're not responsible for the behavior of anybody. Everybody again has that power of choice. Everybody makes their own decisions. Um, People are influenced by certain things, but you're not responsible for how people choose to act or what people choose to say. Think through the process, be able to identify like, okay, am I being manipulated? This person said that they're going to change. Is this the first time, or is this like the second, third, fourth time? Consciously think about like this, because things with manipulated, like they manipulate you. So like they are trying to get a certain outcome, they're trying to get a certain response out of you, and some people are really really good at it. So you have to be able to think about it, sit with it, reflect on it, and then establish your boundaries. Just in life, you want to have boundaries. You don't want to just have you don't want to have like nothing. You want to have kind of things around you that protect you. So whether those may be physical boundaries, like literally something around you that protects you, or like those just boundaries that you establish for yourself, like don't lie to me. That's disrespectful. Don't, like I don't know, just like communication boundaries. Just make sure that you establish those boundaries. And if you don't know how to establish boundaries, going back to like, I'm a real big like morals and values person, going back to your foundation, like who you are, what you value, what's important to you. And that can kind of help you establish those particular boundaries. And make sure you definitely do those in like those intimate and romantic relationships as well, because I think it's a common misconception that like in those romantic relationships, like you just have to do anything for this person, you have to do all of this stuff. No, any like good quality relationship has the presence of boundaries. So yeah. And then the number one way, again, yesterday, to avoid manipulation is to have a strong sense of yourself. If you have that strong sense of yourself, if you know who you are, you cannot be shaken. So just be able to do that. And then for those people that may identify as the manipulator, get over yourself. As far as like, just don't be out here trying to just take advantage of people and trying to get people to act in a certain way for your benefit. Like that's really messed up. So be aware of that. Yeah, y'all, that's it for today.
Did you see Ice's question?
No, I didn't.
She asked something to the effect of, do people who are manipulated turn into the manipulator? That's a great question.
Yeah, that is a really good question. They can. Absolutely. It's kind of on that notion of like, if you see the adults that have taken care of you, like in unhealthy relationships or doing certain behaviors, and and you're like, oh well, I'll never do that, I'll never be like that. You have to be able to identify that, because that's what you've seen your whole life, or that's what you've seen for most of your life. Even if, like, if you don't actively try to like deflect those behaviors and try to push out those behaviors, you will become that thing. So yeah, that's definitely an important component, like, because like the people being manipulated, like they know what that looks like, they know how it makes people feel, they absolutely can become the manipulators. And so you have to be strong and steadfast and make sure that that does not happen, because you don't want somebody to feel the same way that you've been feeling. That's really messed up. So yeah.
And do you think some of that is like subconscious? Because that's kind of like the same thing how they say that, children learn how to hate.
Mhm.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yes, absolutely. That can be like self-conscious. That's why you have to, you can't just say like, oh, I'll never become that, or I'll never do that. You can't just say that. You have to like actively work towards it, especially if it's something that you've been seeing for a long time or dealing with a long time. Um, because it's just, at that point, honestly, it might become a part of you, and you're gonna have to actively like push it out. You're gonna have to actively remove it from your personality. And it's a crazy phenomenon that like happens, because you look at something hateful, or you look at something that you know is wrong, or you look at something negative and you know that it's that thing, but then a few years later you might be right mixed up in it. So um, just be aware of what you don't want to be and what you want to be, and work to what you want to be and not what you don't
Yeah, I love it, man. Thank you so much. What's your jewels for the day, man?
want to be. My jewel for today is to just stand like strong in what you want and what you are. um And like I said, kind of going back to what I was saying, like nobody can like shake you. Stand strong in that foundation, stand strong in what your values are, and stand strong in your boundaries. And you'll be good. You should be good.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So what, we see you tomorrow, 12 o'clock?
Maybe.
Y'all see how she do us.
I love y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Yo, Miss Funny Mo, man. Listen, that girl is crazy. But no, good stuff, man. And this is a timely topic in terms of just people manipulation and all that type of stuff. And really, like, if you think about it, like the foundation of all that stuff is just like, what type of relationships do you have in your life? What type of relationships do you want to have in your life? And relationships should definitely be relationships that are reciprocal. So, you giving value and you adding value, and the other person giving and they adding value as well. And when you have relationships like that, you're less likely to be, caught up in a situation where somebody is just, strictly trying to take advantage of you when you get caught in that type of stuff. But always happy to have these type of conversations. Thank you, Isis and Poet, for keeping me busy in them comments, man. Yo, I ain't never been that busy in a conversation, in some comments. Like, y'all is crazy. And you too, baby Barack. Like, y'all is crazy, but I love it. I love it. I love it. Because at the end of the day, we always get a chance to learn from each other. And that's what's so cool about this. So normally this would be the end of our day, because y'all know we don't have Miss Caitlin on Tuesdays, but we have a special guest session. Take a break though. Definitely take your break. But we got a special guest session at 2:30 with Dr. Josh. For those of you who have been rocking with Success Sessions since we first started, then you might remember Dr. Josh from way back when he first came on, when all the corona stuff had kind of just hit, and he gave us like a Q&A discussion on all things corona. He's the vice dean at John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health at the university. So he's like all the way at the top, right on the front lines, leading the global effort. Not just Baltimore, not just Maryland, not just the East Coast. When you think about what the world is dealing with in terms of corona and fighting this, he is right there on the front lines, helping to make some of those critical and crucial decisions about how the world responds. So it's going to be really, really interesting to talk to him. We only have him though for 30 minutes. So we're going to get right on there at 2:30 and keep it going until 3. But he specifically wants to also talk about a paid opportunity for you guys to be part of the solution when it comes to coronavirus, this whole idea of being a contact tracer. And he's going to be explaining exactly what that means and what you have to do, and how all that stuff works. But basically the foundation of it is people are making calls to people who may have been exposed to coronavirus, and basically, giving them updates and details and all that type of stuff. But it's a work from home, job, and basically something that almost anybody can do who's interested. So I'm excited to hear him talk about that. And again, another person that you want to connect with. So we'll be back at 2:30 with Dr. Josh. Hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back for our bonus session with Dr. Josh. Just waiting on him to come on. Now, mind y'all, we only got a few minutes of his time. We only have him until 3 o'clock. But I'm super excited to get our conversation started and to learn more about this opportunity with this contact tracer. Man, if it's that good, I might have to carve out some time so I could be a contact tracer. Make me a couple of dollars. Man, I'm ready. Hey, Lene, we got to talk, baby girl. We got to talk, baby girl. Man, you gonna be on Miss Simone's session tomorrow? Yeah, be on there. We gotta have a good little talk, man. And we just talked about how you respond to situations. Like, yo, we just had that conversation, man. Come on. Hey Bree, you back? All right. Yeah, I'm just waiting on Dr. Josh to come through. He should be coming in any second now. I know that I know they got a lot going on with where he is and what he does, because y'all know Hopkins is basically, leading the global charge. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal. All right, we is on it, man. And wasn't Miss Ashley great today, y'all? Thank y'all for getting the book orders in. So I saw Chaos Movies had sent them to me. So I'm gonna get those straight, get those rounded up, and send those over to Miss Ashley so that we could try to get those out ASAP as soon as possible. Come on, Mr. Josh. We ain't even got you for that long. Was anybody on for his first session? Like his first session was super cool when we were talking all stuff Corona. You loved her? Yeah, I loved her too. She did a really great job. Uh, I love anybody that can transform like that pain into passion. Like here go Mr. Josh. But anybody that can do that automatically gets my respect. Isis is on it. There you go. Hey, Dr. Josh.
Hello, how are you?
What's up? How you doing?
Very good.
Thank you for making some time for us. I know that your schedule is like crazy. So we really appreciate you taking the time to come back for a part two.
No problem. I'll show you where I am right now. There you go.
Yeah.
So, how have you been, Joni?
Man, I've been blessed. Good. Busy doing these success sessions and trying to make sure that we offer plenty opportunity for our young people during these uncertain times. But I'm good. I have no complaints. How about you?
I'm doing good. It's good to see you.
Good. Always good to see you. And you right on the front lines. So thank you for everything that you're doing, not only for Baltimore, but for the world. Like I can't imagine the responsibility that you have now.
Well, I would say that I think of people who are like you, being on the front lines, out talking to people in Baltimore, people who are taking care of people who are, driving the buses and packing the groceries. And so many people are out there on the front lines right now. This is a pandemic with a lot of front lines.
Definitely. So I know we only have you for a little bit of time, and I really want to get into the contact tracer situation. But can you give us just like a really quick update on like where we stand, like with coronavirus, and if there's something that you think young people should or could be doing like right now?
Sure. So the last time we talked, it was at a kind of a particularly anxious time because we were very much worried that we were seeing so many new coronavirus infections that it might be something that would overwhelm the whole healthcare system and wind up, leading to the death of many, many, many people in Baltimore. Now we have all stayed at home as much as we can and washed our hands and done all these things, and we've reduced the chance of that happening, which is good. We have reduced the chance that we have so many sick people, we would overwhelm the hospitals. But we still have quite a lot of infections, and the infections have not really stabilized in the city yet. It's kind of flat, and there are definitely a lot of tragedies and people who have died in the city. So I think we're now going from the sprint that we were in before to the marathon, and the need for people to adjust to a new normal of activities. And that means, wearing masks when you're around other people, and staying at least 6 feet away as much as you can, and washing your hands, and being careful, not going out when you're sick, getting tested. All those different kinds of things are still extremely important to control the spread. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring it down further in the city. And then we'll be able to do more things like open schools in the fall.
Yeah. Do you think this new normal is going to be like a forever type new normal?
I don't think it's going to be forever, but how long it's going to be, I don't know. I think it probably will be for at least another year. I think if we're really fortunate and one of the vaccines that's being tested turns out to really work well, and we can get, doses in Baltimore really fast, maybe it'll be sooner. But I think it's probably going to take a vaccine for that to happen. Now, I do think there's some things that'll make it easier, like there's some things that'll increase our safety with the new normal. If we have some good scientific advances, some new treatments, other things. But I think to really say we're going back to where we were before, where we didn't really worry about coronavirus at all. Like in a regular day, most people didn't worry about measles, because they were
Yeah.
vaccinated, right? Vaccines really make the difference between being worried about something and not being worried about something. So it's probably going to take a vaccine in this case.
Wow. And in terms of young people, like what would you say to young people as far as, like what to expect, what they could or should be doing like right now?
Yeah, well, I think for young people, this is difficult because it just seems so unfair and confusing sometimes. How long is this going to last for people, my age, maybe to a lesser extent your age? You know, we've had a lot of life already. So we see, that a couple of years is a lot, but it's not everything. But when you're 17, 18, 19, I mean, that's a huge amount of time. I mean, especially if you think about the amount of time of feeling like an adult that is, right? You may only start feeling like you're an adult when you're 16, and then this starts at 17. And I say it might be a year and a half of this. That just seems like an enormous amount of time. That's 150% of the time you've already felt like an adult. So it just, it's just a huge, hugely stressful thing. And so, you can tell people, oh, it'll be over, but it feels like it's never ending, I think, to people. And so that's stressful. And people have to find kind of a new rhythm and figure out how they can kind of keep faith that it really will get better, because it really will get better. This is not at all forever, but trying to find a new normal to continue to be careful, continue to protect the people in your lives who are around you. All that is really important, and find ways to be productive, to the extent possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Isis wants to know what's your take on Hogan's plan, his reintegration plan?
So the governor had a plan which was very methodical. It said, I really want to see cases go down for 2 weeks before starting to reopen. And cases have kind of been flat in Maryland, and he decided to reopen anyway. And the original plan, and this was like from like 2 weeks ago, it seems like forever ago, was that when they started to reopen, they wouldn't reopen very much, But when he did do the reopening, he opened a lot more than he said he would in the plan. So he sort of broke from the plan a little bit sooner than expected. I think he did that in part so that, because some people were yelling at him too, maybe. But I think that I agree with the public health experts who said it seemed a little bit too much too soon. So I think it's probably important to remember that everybody still has to take a lot of care. I agree with the mayor and the county executive who said, let's keep it closed for a little bit while longer until we really see a decline in cases. I think that's a smarter thing to do. And to the governor's credit, he was comfortable with the county executives going a little bit more, the mayor going a little bit more strict. But I think right now it's up to each person to really be careful. And when you add up the care that everybody's taking, then you'll see, how many infections we have in Baltimore.
Yeah, that makes sense. Isis has a follow-up to that. She said, what does society getting better look like through your eyes? Does that mean a cure or less cases of COVID?
So society getting better in the short term means fewer cases, definitely. It also means that we can go back to what we were doing a little bit more, kind of the new normal, so that there are more jobs, there's more school, there's more activities, but safe. We're not stuck in our homes all the time. I think that all of that is very important to think about when we think about this. And we also, as part of things getting better, we've got to be able to address some of the consequences of what we've experienced so far. We want to see some economic recovery. We want kids to be back in school. So I think that there are just a lot of things that need to improve for me to say things are really getting better.
Yeah,
and then, how do we do that? We do that by being very careful in our own, behavior to stay, maintain our distance from people, even as we're starting these new activities. And we do that hopefully by getting better treatments and ultimately by getting a vaccine.
Yeah, and I think that ties into Bree's question for you. Bree wants to know, how do you feel about the people being outside and the things you see on social media about the huge crowds and stuff?
Makes me nervous. I'll be honest with you. I would not go out personally in a huge crowd right now. It's good to go outside. It's okay to walk around by yourself outside. If you don't get within, I walk my dog around the neighborhood sometimes, and I don't get within 20 feet of anybody. So I'm not wearing a mask when I do that. Sometimes someone gets out of their house and from 30 feet away, they yell, "Where's your mask?" It's like, I'm not around anyone. But when you're around someone, I have a mask in my pocket. I can put it on, So I think, being responsible is really, really important. Makes me nervous that some people think like, well, if nobody's stopping me from doing it, it must be fine, Yeah. And that's just the wrong way to think about it, because there's a lot of danger out there. And even if people don't feel sick, they could pass the infection on to somebody who could get quite ill.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Contact traces. Y'all, I see the rest of y'all questions. I'm going to try to get to most of them, but we definitely want to get this information about contact traces and what's that opportunity for young people. First of all, what is a contact?
What's a contact tracer? Okay. Contact tracer is a virus fighter. Okay. Here's how they fight the virus. So let's say I have coronavirus. Okay, I get sick, and I go get tested, and it's positive, and they tell me I've got to go home and be by myself. Not to be close to anyone, because I could get someone else sick. And I go home, and I tell the people I'm living with I'm going to be on my own. I'm going to be in my room. Put the food in. After I go to the bathroom, everybody, spritz it with bleach, whatever you need to do, clean it down. And then I'll just do that until I'm better. Usually they say till at least 3 or 4 days after you feel better, you should be doing that to reduce the chance you're giving it to anyone else. Okay. That's just what your doctor will tell you if they find out that you have it. But then my phone rings and someone's on the phone and they say, how are you doing? And I go, I'm doing okay. I got a cough, but I'm isolated. I'm on by myself, so I'm good. And they go, good, that's really good. But unfortunately, with coronavirus, you're infectious for 2 days before you feel sick. So what day did you start feeling sick? And let's say it's a Tuesday, I just got my test results. And I go, well, I started feeling sick on Monday. They go, okay, so you could have given it to someone Saturday. You could have given it to someone Sunday. So let's think about who you might have possibly exposed. And an exposure might be you were within 6 feet of them, for 15 minutes. So if you just like walk past someone, that's not an exposure. If you were sitting at the other end of a long table, that's not an exposure. But if you, sat close to them and I said, well, actually I had a meeting with Joni and, it was in a small room and we were probably only 4 feet apart. It's like, okay, how long was that meeting? I say it was on Saturday. And I go, well, it was a half hour. They go, okay, thank you. Joni is a contact. We've got to trace her. We've got to find her. Because while you were infectious, you could have given it to her. Now, at this point, you don't know, right? You're out there. You don't know what's happened to you. You could be, walking all over Baltimore. So the contact tracer says, thanks. Do you know Joni's number? I give the contact tracer your number. And then they say, we're going to tell Joni that she may have been exposed so that she can protect herself. And I go, great. I want to make sure that Joni's safe. Hang up. Then your phone rings. Right? And they say, we're calling from the health department. We're a contact tracer. We have some reason to believe that you were exposed on Saturday to the coronavirus. And you say, well, who gave it to me? And the contact tracer says, well, we can't tell you that. But we can tell you we have a concern that you may get sick in the next few days and that you may be infectious before you get sick. If you're going to get sick, you'll probably get sick around Saturday or Sunday, but you might start being infectious now or maybe tomorrow or the next day. So it's really important that you isolate yourself, you quarantine yourself, that you do all the things as if you were sick, and you're really going to need to do them for 2 weeks to make sure that you don't put anyone else at risk. And you go, well, let's just say, I live with my grandmother or something, I'm worried about her. It's like, well, you got to stay completely away from your grandmother starting right now. And you go, oh, thank God somebody called me. You know what I mean? Because now I know I'm not infectious now, but I could become infectious in a couple of days, and now I can protect people. So that's what a contact tracer does. The contact tracer is the person who calls me and then turns around and calls you. And it's about sharing really important information and giving people really important advice. And there are ethics to it. You can't say who exposed. You can't, say, if a contact tracer knows your brother or something, they can't call your brother and tell, hey, I heard this happened to Joni. You can't do that. It's all confidential, But what it does is it protects your grandmother. It protects other people. It makes sure that, we know about you. They'll say, Joni, if you're not feeling well, call us and we'll get you tested right away, so that there's help for you. If you say, I need food delivered, they get food delivered to you while you're in quarantine.
Oh,
So
wow.
basically, it's a process of, and if we do that enough times, then the virus has nowhere to move. The virus jumped to you, but it can't jump to anyone else because you're quarantined. So it's a way of fighting the virus. Sorry, that was a long explanation, but that's what a contact tracer does.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. So if I'm in that half an hour meeting with that person, I'm only 4 feet away from them. What if they don't sneeze?
Doesn't
Am I
matter.
okay?
No, doesn't matter because the virus is spread just by breathing during those couple days.
Okay.
So just by exhaling, there are droplets that come out from the lungs, even without sneezing or coughing.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't known at the beginning, but that's become very clear. It's one reason why the virus is so contagious.
Yeah. Okay. And for contact tracers, if I have teenagers who are interested in becoming a contact tracer, is that a possibility?
So Baltimore is still figuring out kind of its mechanism for doing that right now. And the level of education and training that'll be required for that. I'm hopeful that the city will have some announcements about how they'd like to hire contact tracers. I think it may be likely that you'll need a high school diploma or equivalent in order to qualify. And then you'll probably have to take some class, a class like our free online class, and demonstrate that you understand some of the key things so that you can actually give the correct instructions to people to be a contact tracer. So, we do have this free Coursera course online that people can take, and it says that on the course that it's $49, but at the end they give you a coupon for all $49, as long as you don't start the course on your phone. You have to start the course on a computer. It's a little bit of a glitch in the system. So, maybe using your computer journey, you could start people, and then they could take over their account on their phone. And then at the end, they put in their course, their coupon, and it's free to get a certificate at the end.
Okay, cool. So people can start taking the course now, and then once Baltimore City figures it out, they can say that they've already done.
Correct. You get a certificate, and that may be helpful. Yeah, but I don't know the process or what the rules will be for Baltimore City yet.
Okay, that's fair enough. And is there some type of legality form like for this position? Or do you think that there will be? I know you said Baltimore City hasn't figured it out yet.
By legality form, what do you mean?
Like something that you may have to fill out to like bind you legally in a contract, or even like people who may have been criminally injustice
I see.
previously.
I don't know what the standards will be, but it might be handled through the mayor's office of employment development when it gets going. So, they're
okay.
They'd have to be able to explain all that.
Okay. And from what you know, does New York already have this system up and running?
New York is setting it up right now. Yeah, New York is setting it up. So they're using our course as training. And they're developing the system.
Okay. All right. So New York is kind of going to be like the blueprint, basically.
Well, there are a couple places. Massachusetts is already going.
Wow.
Anne Arundel County and Baltimore City started to do contact tracing on a small scale. So there's definitely some activity, and Baltimore will be then right in the middle of it.
Okay. And if someone is graduating now with this class of 2020, you think they would be eligible even though they haven't received like their paper certificates and stuff like that yet?
I think they might be. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the course doesn't check what, I think it would be more the hiring process of the city, and the city could figure out a way to do that if that's what they decided. It's really going to be a lot about what the city decides about the kind of background they want people to have.
Okay, that makes sense. You guys are asking some amazing question. She says, so for the HIPAA laws, are you going to have to sign a contract to bind yourself to the HIPAA laws?
So interestingly, HIPAA is not really an issue here. HIPAA is about medical information from a medical organization, but the public health department is a public health organization. It has a different relationship with HIPAA than a clinic does. So it's a good question. But having said that, there are consequences to violating privacy and confidentiality. They may not be under HIPAA, maybe under a different law, but people absolutely have to keep information private and confidential. And so that's all taught. And there probably is some contract or something that will say that.
And that would be something like in the case if I was asking you, well, how was I exposed? And then you ended up telling me how I was exposed.
Correct. Yeah. If I, and then you got mad at the person and then, it was a whole thing, that's not good. Yeah. That's not what you would want. Obviously, and there's some good cases about that in the training curriculum. The principle is the information for contact tracing. You can only ask about stuff that's relevant to contact tracing. You can't say, where were you on Friday night? Well, Friday night isn't when I was infectious. So no one can ask me that question. They just have to focus on what the information is needed for contact tracing. And then once they have information, like what I was doing, Saturday, let's say I said, I'm training to be, a marathon runner, and beat the city champion, and if the contact tracer is friends with the city champion, well, I talked to a guy who's training, who's trying to beat you. You cannot do that. It can only be used for contact tracing. That's it.
Yeah.
So you can only ask about information for contact tracing. You can only use information for contact tracing.
Do you think that they'll allow people to work like across state lines, especially since it's all virtual, and to also limit somebody knowing or being able to identify people?
I'll be honest with you, it cuts both ways. So I do think that people will be able to do some work across state lines, but it probably helps to have people from the same community to make a connection with someone. Someone called you with a Texas accent and asked you where you were on Saturday, that might be a little weird. Whereas if it were you calling, you know what I mean? How well you relate to people. Like, the kind of skills that you have, do an interview like this, I'll tell you anything you want to know. You know what I mean? So it is sort of like getting people who can really relate to people, who understand. Like if somebody says, I'm nervous about X, Y, or Z, or, then you can say, no, this has nothing to do with X, Y, or Z.
Yeah. Josh, you are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for your time. It feel like it was only like a minute.
Okay, well, thank you for having me, and I'm happy to come back, Jenny. Thanks for doing
Please,
this.
we're going to keep inviting you back as long as you keep saying that you can come back.
Anytime. All right. Have a good one today.
Thank you so much. You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Y'all, isn't Mr. Josh amazing? I told y'all he was super duper cool. It was so short, too short. I'm so sorry that we didn't get a lot of time with him, but that's because, he's like right on the front lines of this global situation, and it's really hard, but he was committed to finding some time to actually talk with you guys. The qualities of your ideal contractor. That is a great question, Isis. If somebody could get the questions that we didn't get to ask, send me those questions and I'll send those off to Dr. Josh and see if we can get some answers. But Isis, I'm almost 100% sure that that if you want this job, that you can get this job. So if anybody is interested also in taking that certification before the city announces that it's hiring, let me know. I can get you that link from Dr. Josh and send that out to you, so that way you can take that, and then you'll pretty much kind of be like a step ahead of everybody else, because once they officially open up, you'll be able to say, okay, I'm already certified. And then I can also try to do some digging, because he said that Baltimore has already started on like a small scale. So I'm thinking that might be like sample that they kind of like testing it out. So I'm gonna see if we can figure out a connect of somebody who's involved in that, to maybe have them come and talk about that and see how you guys can get like a head start on getting in. Lene, it's okay if you don't have a diploma, it's okay. I didn't realize that it was going to take a high school diploma, but you know what? I guess you got to understand, because it is an official healthcare job. So it's all right though, y'all. It's all right. I mean, we still gonna have plenty more stuff, so don't even worry about it. If I'm not 18, he said that you had to have a high school diploma, so I'm almost certain that that you would probably have to be 18, Lamar, in order to be able to do it. But it sounds pretty cool though, right? It sounds pretty cool. Easy money. But all right, y'all, thank you so much for coming back for our bonus session. I got to get ready to get on to teach my civil engagement class that I got on Tuesdays, but y'all already know what it is, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Success sessions, yo. You want to learn, this is where you start. You want to grow, this is where you start. So hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow, 10 a.m. Y'all already know how we do. Enjoy the rest of your day.